How's it going, everyone? Back with another stream today. We're kind of just rolling back the exact 75 that we trophied with last stream. But we're going to play some Mana Traders qualification matches. Since this month is modern for Mana Traders, might as well get some quick matches in, see if we can qualify. If not, no big deal. But we're gonna see how this fares in the Mana Traders Qual meta. Again, we're just running back the exact same 75. The only change I would probably consider making, that's still up for debate, is just whether these Torpor Orbs should be Hushbringers. Hushbringers have some text against like Yawgmoth since Hushbringer stops undying. So let me pull up Hushbringer here. Oh, my sorry, my thing was not connected. So like Hushbringer triggers off it prevents dying triggers, so stuff like undying. But it's just like kind of a tug and pull, like what's better. Like since we are a Saga deck with like Esper Sentinels and Shadow Spears, and Saga can make constructs. Like a lot of people are gonna board in, um, like stuff like Force to Vigor and such. So this makes stuff like Torpor more vulnerable, but Hushbringer just dies to a lot of all the creature removal, like bolts, push, supreme verdicts. So it's kind of like a tough call between the two. Might be correct, just do a 1-1 split. I'm not entirely sure, but this is the list that we chose. I'm just gonna just run it back. Um, so let's play a match. Let me actually remember to do the manual here. And I have to change this manually every time because um, my record tracker doesn't keep track of Mana Traders matches. Dothe and Saga, yeah, that was my first reservation about adding the Void Walkers in the list. But surprisingly enough, the black mana hasn't been much of an issue. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 black sources, one of them being Urborg. We do have a Spring Lich to help. So it hasn't been too bad. Um, but a lot of people have asked if the Voidwalker should be Grimflares, and honestly, I really like the Voidwalkers. I think they're just much better than a Grimflare in that slot. And if you want to check out my last stream, Baby Ken, that is where we saw the Voidwalkers be very very relevant. Um, so let me do this and okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've been paired. Constructed. Select modern format. Modern tournament practice. Oh, so our opponent's gonna make the match this time. Yeah, we're waiting for our opponent to make the match. How's it going? Well, hope you're doing well, buddy. We're waiting for a Travis 8427 here. Trying to practice, yeah. Nah, there you go. They did buddies only. I have to message this person. This is kind of the downside about playing Mana Traders and such is you have to. Do I have to really add someone to message someone on Moto? Moto, you gotta make your interface a lot better. Travis 8427. you have to make your match not buddies. Hopefully they get the message here. Ba-da-ba-ba. I wonder if I could just get repaired. Oh, it looks like they maybe saw it. Ah, perfect. Let's go. Round 1. Pull this out here. It's funny because when you play in the league, the settings and everything is a lot. It changes. So let's go back here. Okay. Opponent apologized. No problem at all. We don't have a turn 1 green source. Sorry, turn 2 green source unless we play this Triumph tapped. So hopefully they don't play a 1-drop that we need to push. Okay, we don't want to push that, so that kind of works out. So we'll play the Triumph and pass. It looks like we're against Hammer. And this hand is pretty decent against Hammer. Drum. Okay, so if they go Aid, we might have to just hold up Fatal Push. Okay, yeah, they do go Aid. Trying to figure out if we want to go Saga here. I think we do. They're stuck on 1 land. I wish we were on the play. We could have decayed the drum. Yeah, I think I go Saga here and then just pass. And then hopefully they go for a hammer. We push it. We play Courtyard the following turn. And we either hold up decay if we need to, or we can make a construct token. Let's go for that. So again, hopefully they go for hammer here. And if they don't, then it's not a big deal. Like if they're just attacking for 2, they attack for 2. Okay. Okay, we're gonna push that. Pay the 1. So then now we can get Saga on 2, hold up decay, and construct. We have triple coif though, which is really funny. Another drum. Interesting. So they're gonna spend their mana this turn not to. Okay, sure. Okay, let's think about this. If we make a construct this turn, we'd untap. We're kind of forced to decay. So I think what we can do is we can decay the paladin now, untap, make a construct, and then just play concealed courtyard and then just bluff. I don't think we can let, because if we try to decay next turn, where it taxes our mana a lot more, I think. This. Oh crap! I wanted to. Yeah, that's fine. For some reason, I like flipped out. Kai's Guile. So I'll get a drum with the Saga. Yeah. I'll get a drum with this Saga. I'll play Courtyard. And then we'll pass. We'd also just like... No, we can't. I was gonna say we could probably go Goyf here, but then we also just die to the other one. That being said, are we okay with that though? If we go Goyf, are we okay with them hammering the Goyf? I think so. Because if we play the Goyf, they attack with both. We probably block the Sentinel. And then they... I'll probably actually block the Memnite. Because then if they want to hammer the Memnite to come like Goyf, that's fine. Yeah. And if they don't have hammer, then like we're just ahead. Like we're assuming they have hammer, but they might not. They have Saga though. Oh, that's a really good draw. We're gonna do this. Yeah, we'll do this. Because then if they try to hammer, they might hammer the Sentinel. We can Kai's Guile them. Oh, are we just dead? Oh my god. They had double hammer. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was our last card. Good game. Okay, so we have Explosives, Needle, Vindicate. I don't like Brutalities in this matchup. The tracks are going to be maybes as well as Outland Liberators. We could borrow out the Void Walkers. Again, I wish we were on the play there. If we're on the play there, I think we would have won that game. Maybe we just borrowed all the Inquisitions. Or we'd rather just have... Or Kai's Guile's too slow. I think Kai's Guile might be too slow. I think these cards are just too slow here. Let's do that. Alrighty. They had double hammer game 1. Hopefully that is not... Hopefully that does not happen again. This hand is okay. We can bobble trick ourselves. So let's do that. Tarmogoyf. I think I'm okay with the Tarmogoyf. Because at least we can lead on it on turn 2. And if they go ham on their one-drops here, it's fine. Sure. We're gonna Triumph here. Dave W Mac 1, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So if we want to play Saga or not, it's kind of contingent on if we want to play Lingering Souls on turn 3. I don't think we do. I think we want a Saga, or it's like activate Saga, because like we can't cast Lingering Souls into the Sentinel. So I think I do play Saga here, and then we activate Saga the following turn. They also have Saga. Okay. Do we all want to pay 1? Do I want to lose my Goyf or go to 8? I think I'm okay going with 8. Going to 8, and we just play E on 1. Yeah. Play the Urborg. They'll draw a card off the EE, but this was going to happen anyway because there are Sentinels on 11/11. So crack this. Let's see if they have a land for the Saga activation. They do. Looks like they're just gonna hold up Saga. I'll make a construct here. See if they... Oh, they don't. I was gonna say, like... Do I get Springleaf Drum here? How's it going, Grace? Ooh, you know what I was gonna do, Grace? Since to celebrate that we broke the curse. Why didn't that go through? I'm trying to... Oh, you're already a moderator? I thought I moderated. Okay, I'm assuming you became a mod just now. I think. Yes. Okay, cool. How's it going, Leo? So what are we gonna do this turn? We could go Sentinel Needle, in which case we want a Springleaf Drum. Yeah, so let's get a Springleaf Drum. Since we already have the Saga already. I wish we could play Saga here. But I guess we could still. We can go like this. Play Sentinel. Play backup Saga. We'll attack with Tarmogoyf here. It can only be in 1/1 with the Saga. The fact that our constructs are going to be bigger than our opponents' Urza Saga constructs is hilarious. Okay, so let's probably name Inkmoth Nexus with this. Yeah. I mean, the main pull with Abzan is the fact that we have like Esper Sentinels that naturally just grow the Saga tokens. Like, if we're on Jund, we wouldn't have. We would. I don't think we'd play Springleaf Drum And just having Sentinel, like this construct's just going to be a 4/4 right now, so it's actually like pretty relevant here. Shadow Spear. Okay. Okay, that's not good. Okay, we need a removal spell. And they can move the hammer over. Ooh. Yeah, we are dead. So maybe I was supposed to... I mean, the fact that we didn't have any removal, was I too aggressive with the E? I think I had to, right? Because he had Esper Sentinel plus hammer on it. I don't think there's a way we could have navigated. I guess I could have put Luris in here and like got the E loop going. I think they just had it. Think they just had it all. Unfortunate. Wah wah wah. Alright, let's... Excuse me. Okay. Grace, your curse is still here, buddy. Curse is still here. What's funny is I don't think I could even play in the actual Swiss, which is funny. But I think I'm just doing this just because it's I always like playing in the qualifier ones. It's always pretty fun. 2 players, anyone can join. Comments. I'm not gonna allow watchers. Let's go there. Cool. Yeah. Playing Manatraders. Just for fun. Okay. We are on the draw. We have a lot of Sentinels in early interaction, so hopefully these are relevant in this matchup. Probably let on Godless Shrine. Depends on what they do. Marsh Flats. Okay. Since we drew the second Catacombs, I'll probably lead on the first Catacombs. And this is cool because now we can double spell next turn. We can go backup Sentinel plus hold or 2 drop, or because if they go like Stoneforge Mystic, I'll probably push plus S Sentinel. Interesting. Okay. Was not expecting that. Not gonna lie, I don't think they run that many non-creature spells. We're probably going to... Since this is like some sort of Solstice's rain, I'm probably gonna hold this one. So since we have to like fetch for Sentinel and play Portable Hole, I think I'm gonna have to just bobble them since we're not gonna be able to Scry Trick. I mean, this also might give us info on if we should Ghost Quarter, if we should use the push or the hole. You also just attack too. I think they would block. I don't think they would block. If they block, I'd actually be happy with this trade because we have the backup Sentinel. Okay. So maybe I should have waited for the Scry Trick then. That. Witherbloom command. Should have waited. Could have Witherbloom commanded. Field a rune. Interesting. Okay, we'll gladly draw a card. So they drew Ghost Quarter. So they do have the Ghost Quarter plus Crucible combo, but luckily we do have this Decay. So we're gonna try him with this Sentinel here. Luckily we actually have the Decay in hand. Sent. Oh man, this is. Hopefully they don't have. I guess they do have the Ghost Quarter. So we'll get Forest here. If they Ghost Quarter by Triumph, we just get Swamp. Attack. So again, they could field my Triumph, but I'd be happy with that because then I can get Swamp for Fatal Push. Yep. It's fine. You could also just like Witherbloom back the Triumph if we really wanted to. Ghost Quarter. Voidwalker. I'll probably lead on Voidwalker. They have Ghost Quarter, Field of Ruin, and Maria. It's interesting. Ranger Captain. Okay. Martyr Sands. Okay. We need a way to trigger Revolt. I guess we could Witherbloom command to fetch. Yeah, I guess I could Witherbloom command a fetch back. We don't have any fetchables with Ranger, so I guess we can go -1/-1 on the Martyr. Bring back a fetch. Fetch, push this. Attack. Mill minus. Oh, they have a Wrath? Oh my gosh. They have 2 Wraths. Oh my. I guess we just have to bring back the Saga here. Since you know they have Winds plus Wrath. Yeah. Attack here. Okay, so they're... Wow. Winds plus Wrath. Okay, I guess they could Wrath and play double Sentinel. We're gonna take this 3 here to the chin. Oh, I guess they could field my Saga. That sucks. I guess I have Ghost Quarter too. Oh, since we had the Ghost Quarter, maybe I should have brought back the Triome. Okay. That's fine. So they have Winds Unknown. Oh, since you don't have, we're just gonna have 6. That was good. That was good. So we'll make a construct. They'll probably field us. They'll probably lure us in hand. Interesting. So we'll get a plains. Luckily we have this Kai's Gal. Once they start getting close to this Emeria, it triggers. I mean, they have to go squatter by Saga now. They're not. Okay. Nothing in hand. So we get to activate Construct Saga twice. That's so good for us. And we'll get Springleaf Drum. Awkward if they draw like another Ghost Quarter, then we're kind of screwed. So we kind of need to draw some lands here. Suffice to say. So they have 5. Oh, so I'm assuming they're like a Squadron Hawk deck with this Misfailed Plains. Okay. How's it going, Andrew? Okay. Land would be great. That's perfect. I guess I'll hold the Kami right now. So then my constructs become big, and they'll probably sack the Kami in response. Yeah. And then we'll hold up Kai's Guile. Okay. And we don't have the Kai's Guile now. We can wait until they do something. But we'll probably make them sack Exile the Graveyard. Okay. They're getting dangerously close to the area, but again, we have this Kai's Guile, so. So we'll do this, sack, creature, exile. So we attack, and then we just have a 2-turn clock here. We'll probably put lures in hand. So again, like I'm surprised they didn't just destroy my Saga here. Like they're like attacking my mana, but my win con is are these Saga tokens. So interesting call. They could easily Wrath here, but then we can rebuild with Luris. We can go Luris plus Voidwalker. So this a path or something. Saga is a great draw here. It's like settle. If we get settle, that'd be hilarious. Oh, path, sure. No searchables left. Play Saga. Oh crap! Sorry, I need to do that. Play Saga. Play Luris. There's an argument for like just getting a bauble back actually. Just to like start drawing cards. Like if we get Voidwalker back, then like it doesn't really do anything. Swamp, yeah, came over. Okay. Alrighty. Carax being protection from white seems good. They had like Crucible Worlds plus like attacking our lands. They were like a ranger captain. Kami. Like they're a very like much focused and a myriad deck, right? So I think we want Vindicate. They probably avoid like Rest in Peace against us. I think we brought out the Witherbloom command. I think Pithing Needle is worth it to tutor for. I don't know how good these Voidwalkers are going to be. Kind of just get raft away, right? I don't think we want Portable Hole either. These Sentinels are also kind of loose too. Like they're more creature based than anything. Like, are we okay with like boarding out the Sentinels completely? Board all the Sentinels, and we can like board in 2 EE. Torp Orbs are also an interesting call because it stops like Ranger Captain and Squadron Hawk. So I think Torp Orbs are actually really good. We can board out the Sentinels. Let's try that. Realers. Thoughtseize into Torpor Orb. Hopefully this isn't too slow. Hopefully they don't go turn 2 Squadron Hawk through a Thoughtseize. That would be very bad. Okay. Caught 4. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to take this Ghostly Prison. And then we're going to play Torpor up the following turn. And that just shuts off all these Ranger Captain effects. So this is really good. And another reason to have Torp Orb instead of like Hushbringer. Okay. Oh no, they drew Hawk. Oh, okay, sure. That's whatever. I think so. Chimalion. Chimalion? Sorry if I'm pronouncing your username wrong. Okay, that's a lot of fetches that we would like to not draw, but at least we can just slam this orb and then their deck almost kind of doesn't do anything. They need to draw like an artifact hate card. Okay. They're sandbagging the Ranger Captain. Prismatic Ending. They have the path for whatever creature we draw. So I think I just have to like push this Ascendant. Unfortunately. I guess I don't have to. It's just like a 1-mana 1/1 lifelinker. I could just put Luris in hand. Just to be mana efficient, because it's not like we're going to push or decay anything, right? So we'll get a Gaulish Shrine. We'll shock it in. And just put Luris. That way, like, if they draw an answer, like, maybe not next turn, but next turn, we can, like, Luris bring back the Torpor Orb. So, they're going to Feel the Ruin, and I can Conceal Courtyard. Okay. So we'll get a Swamp here. I don't think so either. So we need another discard spell to protect the Luris from this path. Tomoglyph was a great draw. Play that. Go to Triome later. Because they're kind of incentivized to path this now. They're not going to. They are going to. I'm trying to figure if I want to push my Goyf here. Is it worth it to push my Goyf here? I think so. We have like nothing going on. This Goyf outgrows their Ranger Captain. Too loose. Has to be too loose, right? I think I'll just let this go. I'm like really thinking about it. I kind of want to. Gosh, that's so close. So close. Because I guess we can just Luris now, but then there's no like value we can get back. We'll get the trial with this Catacombs. I'm tempted to just Prismatic Ending this Ascendant. But then we are like kind of cold to a like Crucible Worlds. Torp Orb. It's funny. I think I'm just gonna Prismatic Ending this. I think I have to at this point. I mean, they're kind of sandbagging this Ranger Captain. Okay, so their hand is Ranger Captain, Ranger of Eos, not Ranger Captain. Bobble would be like fantastic. Ah. Okay. Well. Tarak has entered the chat. Oh, it doesn't get fucking Torp Orb. I was so happy about it. I forgot that it could also get shuts off too. That's funny. That's really funny. No, 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 Nombo. Underthrow attack. Provide is definitely relevant, but I definitely didn't need to pay 4 mana for it. Not that we would have done anything either. So I have 6 cards in hand. I kind of want to not cast Thoughtseize here. Is that wild? Kind of just want to pass. Like, I kind of want to, like, have something to... Oh, that's really good. Okay, I guess the first Thoughtseize is free. And they're probably going to sack this. Oh. That's funny. So they have 2 removal spells. So we could just take Path plus Charm here. And then play Luris. Yeah, I'll take the Urza Charm here first. Hey! Triggers. So I'll take the Path. That's actually super relevant because now this trades. I think I play this Luris out. I should attack with this track, actually. I should attack with the track. Oh, okay. I wonder if they'll play the ley line here. They're not going to. At this point, I think I'm going to have to push this Ranger Captain. Let's kind of get aggro. Okay. I'll take that. That's a really good draw. Gain 8. Okay. So they'll gain... As we gain 8 life. I guess they would only gain 5. They gain a shit ton. So what would suck is if they top deck a Sarah Ascendant, and then we'd be really screwed. Luckily, they did not. So I'm going to play a Ranger of Eos here. Oh, they're just going to play Leyline. Okay, sure. So that's actually kind of bad for us because we boarded in... We kept in Spellbomb, but not Soullight Lantern. So that might be relevant. Alright. Shadow Spear's so broken. How's it going, Def Jab, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Saw you were streaming Amulet earlier. Hopefully it went well. I like lurked a little bit. I think you were like 1-0 when I tuned in for the little bit I could. Another ley line or they play? Okay. Sure. I mean, they could just draw Wrath and we're like kind of fucked. So we hopefully we draw like a Bauble or something just to like get an engine going. Voidwalker. I mean, we don't even have any Sentinels to search with this. I think I'm gonna just sandbag this Voidwalker because they're kind of incentivized to Wrath here, and like our board state is just like unbeatable for them unless they draw a Wrath. Nice. Have you been playing that deck a lot? I don't think I've seen you stream that more. I've been really busy, so I haven't really been able to like pay attention to Twitch too much. But I haven't seen you stream that deck before. Have you streamed that deck a lot? Or I guess played that deck? I guess you don't have to like really stream it to know. Well, that's a dead draw. Again, this is like answer this track or die territory here. And then like the following turn we just follow up a Voidwalker with a Shadow Spear. Hey, thanks for the 17 months, John. That's a long time. Appreciate it, buddy. That's almost a year and a half. Isn't that crazy? Just means been streaming for way too long. But I appreciate the support, buddy. The deck is super busto. Yeah, I seen like Puntin' and Wine like post on Twitter like how he like won the trophy season, right? The trophy race last season with like Karn Amulet. So say it ain't so. Okay. Sure. You got it, opponent. Yeah, they're sandbagging the second ranger in case they draw Wrath here, which makes sense. That's the card we wanted. I guess there's a thing in the garbage area. I guess they could bring like a ranger captain, but that doesn't really amount to anything, right? So, Bubble cells. Surgical. Okay, opponent. Okay. You got me. I got surgical. I did not expect. Opponent hasn't cast a surgical extraction on me in like 3 years. I'll take a Voidwalker, I think. I guess I'm incentivized to attack the Sorin down. Because you know they're going to draw another Wrath, right? So I'll play this Voidwalker and then attack the Sorin down with this Voidwalker, attack them with this Tarak. Penetrate probably basically kitchen table. Yeah, and then we just got destroyed by Hammer round 1. Okay. So they're probably going to get Mistveil Plains, yep. We're just going to take that. Okay. Okay. So they're overextending into their own Wrath as well. That's a really good draw too. Okay, how cute do we want to be? How cute do we want to be here? I could attack the Sorin down. No, but then they could just attack the Sorin. I guess I don't have to attack our opponent. Fuck it. No, I have to. I can't block with the... I guess it's free. I guess it's free. We're doing it. I mean, they can just attack, unfortunately, but um. Oh, I have to target myself. Yeah, sure. We got a sword in play. We did all that we could here. If they attack down the Soren, they attack down the Soren. We got to do that though. That's all that matters. The thing is though, is like they attack the Soren down and we just cast it again. Okay, maybe we should just actually end the game. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, we're gonna use all of them right now. So they don't care to kill the Soren here. Another Saga, sweet. Attack them. 2, 3, 4. Yes. I mean, we just have a 2-turn clock here. Yeah. Play another Saga. We'll plus a Soren. Ouch. Probably just putting it up to 8. This card's so fun. So fun. Okay. They should have killed the Lurse. I mean, they're dead, but opponent just wants to play Magic. And I am 100% in support of that. I guess we have no baubles to search up with this, which is unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter. Does not matter. But it's a good games. Cool. 1-1. I don't know if casting their Soren was the correct play, but it was definitely the more fun play. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more water real quick, and then we're gonna hopefully build off that first win. Okay. Let's get paired. Hope everyone's having a good weekend, though. I know this isn't my usual stream time, so appreciate everyone for tuning in and hanging out. We'll play some Manatraders qualification matches. We're still pairing here. I've done absolutely nothing. It's been good. Sometimes that's like the best weekends is where you really just don't do anything. Not gonna lie. It says less than a minute. Play 8 more matches and win at least 6 more. That's the plan. That is the goal. I have a big paper to write, but couldn't work on it yesterday due to familial commitments. Oh, that sounds stressful. How late are you going? It depends on how this Manatraders goes. If we kind of go on a run, I might keep going. I was shooting for just like 5 matches, which is like, same as a league. But if I win like 4 in a row, I'm gonna keep going. If we build any momentum. If we like end it with like 3-2, then I might just stop and then just continue another day. So it just kind of depends on how I feel. So for yours, if you want me to go late, hopefully it's hopefully we're going to win streak here. I like to go first. I also kind of want to like nap, so it's kind of why I've been guilty of that. But if I go on a win streak, then I'm kind of incentivized to keep going. But for the best, yes. Lazy diamonds, I will take that. I will take that. Oh, I should play the catacombs first. Because like this actually gets basic play and we only have 1 forest, so it's just strictly better to play this. Oh, we're against Belcher. Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay. Ooh, do we actually get a swamp here? Is it not Belcher? Did they not play the Agadim? Un momento, por favor. This is what happens when I don't pay attention to the Belcher's mana base. I thought they played all the tap ones, but I might be, or the untapped ones. I might be wrong. No, you're right. Yeah. Okay, so I can get Triumph here. So if this is like the Stoneblade list, do I want to lead on Ball? Probably, right? Yeah, let's lead on Bob. Because if they Solitude, they Solitude. Green black. That's a nice prismatic hitting target. A nice prismatic hitting target. Oh, Belcher doesn't run black. Belcher doesn't run black. I don't know what you're talking about. Something. I guess there's no difference in treasuring pending the token or the prism because it's some mana source anyway. So I think we prismatic into the token and play Goyf here. I guess I'm just being a boomer and I'm just used to the old versions that are both. Yeah. I think getting the threat down is a little bit more important, I think. Yeah, so if this is like the Balustrade Spy deck, we need to draw Kai's Gal now. Okay. Okay, so we dead. I haven't played against this deck since in forever. Yeah. At least we had fun. Excuse me. If only we had a Voidwalker in play. Okay. If only we had a Voidwalker in play. Okay, so we're gonna bring in. We want the Torpor Orbs. For sure. Lanterned. Do we want the Tarax? It's loose. What about the pushes? Don't think I want the. If we want to nab like their treasure or their Pentap Prism. It sucks because they have like Undercity Informer that like goes through the Torpor Orb. So I think we want Needle. I think we just want all these. The real question is how many of like these destroy their mana effects we really want. I would argue that we wouldn't want prismatic endings because if we're gonna pick between the two, we want Portable Hole because it's 1 mana. They do the same thing. We might want Outland Liberator just because they can board in ley lines. That's like an out to a ley line if we want to like discard spell them. Maybe we don't want the Vindicate. It's like too slow. I think so too. Which we already are. I mean, like, if that sense we might want the Tarax, but I think the Tarax are just too slow. Like, if they're gonna combo before we can cast it to kick Tarak. Maybe that's wrong on the draw. Sorry, that's wrong on the play, but it's definitely right on the draw. Alright, opponent. Do you have Leyline? Oh, this hand is just not good. We're like 100% on trying to draw. Actually, this hand is actually okay if we really think about it. We can just go Saga on 1, play Shadow Spear. Turn 2, play land, Damping Spear. And then turn 3, we tutor up Soul Guide Lantern. And then just hopefully that's enough. Let's try that. Let's try that. So we get Lantern on our turn 3. So which I think is fast enough. Bobble. Okay. Do we want to play Damping Spear this turn or Inquisition this turn? I think I want Inquisition this turn. Let's bubble them. Sword of the Week doesn't do anything. We're going to play as Catacombs for sure. Next turn, we're going to tutor. I guess we can play Damping. Yeah, we can play Damping Spear here. But if we do that next turn, we can untap. Because like this turn, if we go Inquisition, next turn we can float mana, play Damping Spear, and then we can't Inquisition that turn. We could also just like get a Triumph so all of our mana is online. And then we can untap, float the mana, Inquisition, Damping Spear, Inquisition, and then Damping Spear. So it's weird not doing anything here. That can't be right. I think I want an Inquisition here. Because then that way, if we want to Witherbloom command their thing, we can. So... Damping does, but I feel like we're not in a rush to do that right now. Right? Oh, okay. Well, we take the braid. How's it going, Lonely Isotope? Hope you're doing well, buddy. How's it going, It's Orator? The Saga card is definitely okay. Well, I'm really glad we didn't play the Damping Spear that turn. Because we do bubble. Sort of make sure. Voidwalker. So we're going to float here. Get a... We can honestly get Pithing Needle too if we really want to, but then we're not insulated to the other half of the combo. So I guess it's better just to get Spell Bomb. Yeah, I think I just get Spell Bomb. Do this. Play the other Saga. What are they drawing? A Pentad Prism. And then we'll play Damping Spear. We need some mana here. That's awkward. Okay, we need some mana. We need to draw lands here. Okay. Okay. Because this Damping Spear may actually start hurting us more than our opponent. Thank you. We can't Drum plus Voidwalker. what? We'll just do this. Stepping Spear is hurting us more than it's hurting them. Okay. Is this going to be a shitty limited battle here? We can't even cast the bauble. That's unfortunate. If we want to activate the Saga, which I think we do. I wish we didn't naturally draw the drum. I would have loved to have that in play. That's true. That's a good point. I'll keep bubble them. I think we want to draw lands here. I guess we could Witherbloom Command a land back. Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, they can't cast Revenge Band or anything, which I think is their only way to win. A little late. I mean, we have this again. We have the Springleaf Drum, so I mean, we could try to like draw a basic, one of the basics. So the hand is Informer plus Vengevine. We could also just like equip Shadow Spirit or Voidwalker and just like win the race that way. They want to race. Got it. Oh, we got Drew Basic. I'm not going to reveal it, though, I don't think. I guess it doesn't matter. So we'll do this. And now we have Command with is for lethal next turn. Tail as if I get the next one, I can ID in the top 8. Nice. Well, Lost knocks you out? That's wild. Good luck, buddy. We're all rooting for you. For those in the chat, Roundsley is playing a local tournament. I think he said it was like a 1K, right? Or is it a 2K? It's a big tournament, and he's also playing as in Saga. Made some changes of his own. I think he has 23 lands. A third Voidwalker instead of a third Bob. Some cyber changes like Veil of Summer for his to adapt to his own local meta, so it's pretty sweet. So I'll channel some love here. Since we did see Blood Moon, I don't think we want to like go so hard on like these mana denying effects. I don't think they're really gonna do anything. I think we're gonna want like Liberator, Vindicate, and maybe some ending, just so we have outs to Blood Moon. I don't think we want Damping Spear. I don't think we want Command either. Like, Damping Spear slows them down a turn, but like... maybe this Vindicate's too rough. Again, too slow. Maybe those Liberators are too loose. But like if we just have single green with Springleaf Drum, we can cast this easily. So I think I want the Liberators. Also because we can just... It's just easy to cast through Blood Moon. Yeah, I think I just got to cut the Damping Spear. Ah. I mean, we play around Blood Moon kind of easily. You go turn 1 Saga. They go turn 2 Prism. We can swamp Thoughtseize them. I kind of want to keep this hand. It plays around Blood Moon. We have Thoughtseize. If they have Leyline, that sucks. But then we just play Saga and just get Soul Gate Lantern. This is like awkwardly very close. I'm gonna keep this hand. It's so loose, but like I think it's closer than it's at first glance. Put Mulligan to 5. They need to turn 3 us or the Saga just takes over. They Mulligan to 4. Since they Mulligan to 4, do I still want to play Saga on 1? I think so. Or I think we're gonna stick to the plan even if they mulliganed. They Blood Moon, we get Stone Rained. But that's what this Thoughtseize is for. Okay. That was very good. That was very good. Let's go swamp. Ah. Aha. Okay. We'll take the Informer. Do this. So they could easily Blood Moon us still. In which case, I think I'm down to get a Springleaf Drum off this Saga. Depends on what we draw here. Okay. Okay, we draw a land. I guess we float mana here. Get a Springleaf Drum. Play. We either fetch a forest or a plains. I don't think it really. But probably a plane just so we can cast a Luris. Put Luris in hand. So we have. So then we have Swamp Plains. Drum in play. Luris in hand. And we play Voidwalker, so that's pretty good. Imagine playing a deck that concedes 8 lands in a lantern. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of the nature of playing like a linear deck, right? Like, you just fold to hate, right? So, let's go on DJ Butter Knees. Hope you're doing well, buddy. 2-1. Pretty good. Let's get another match going. on the board with Saga and Abzan. Yeah. I mean, Saga just being able to tutor in combination with discard spell to protect the Saga from like a Blood Moon. Very good. Very good. One, just one. All we need is one piece of hand destruction. You know, that's all you need. Manatraders. Manatraders. I mean, it looks like a really like your knee-jerk reaction from playing Magic is like you have 6 lands and a discard spell is like you have to concede. But like Urza Saga is just like so good. I mean, you slow them down with the discard spell on turn 2, and then you tutor for a Soul Guy Lantern, right? Like very very good. And it's like it's worth getting that hate piece to like Stone Rain yourself, which it's not like we're getting constructs. All the fetches help. I think if we had a handful of shocks and fetches, I don't think I would have kept that hand. But the fact that 3 fetches, made me. It's just like the nail in the coffin in terms of like trying to keep that hand. I also think that Mulligan to 6 helped that decision too. I think if they kept the 7, I think that would have been close. Because if they go Leyline, then we're screwed. But the fact that they went to 6, if they still have a Leyline to turn off our Thoughtseize, we can just go Saga. They have one less card to like consistently kill us on turn 3, and we make them kill us on turn 3. And if they don't, then we tutor up Soulgun Lantern, and we're okay. So, and luckily we have the discard spell for their braid for game 2. So, Manatraders, what's happening? What is happening? How's it going? It's joining us. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in. I have been paired with Easy Money Marksman. I have to make the queue this time. Copy. Great. Let's go. But I appreciate everyone tuning in out. For those who are new to the stream, my name's KO Diamonds. I play Abzan exclusively. We just trophied with this list on Thursday. We're just running some Manatraders matches. This hand's pretty sweet. We have discard into Voidwalker if need be. If this is against Oops again, that'd be really good. Bolt, Heat, Heat. I kind of want to take the Heat here. It's just one less thing that can kill our Tarmogoyf. I think Tarmogoyf is how we're going to win this match. I'll probably Thoughtseize their... they have double Murktide, which is kind of... Never mind. Never mind. We're just going to take double Murktide, right? I mean, we technically have the second answer to the Murktide. Ooh, they have Counterspell. I guess we take Counterspell and take the second Murktide, right? We also don't have to cast this Thoughtseize yet. I think we're 100% taking Counterspell here. I'm just thinking on when we should exactly cast this second Thoughtseize. I kind of want to wait. I'm going to try with this. So this Void Walker just gonna eat a bolt or heat or whatever. Oh. Okay, we're gonna lean on that. Kind of ties up their mana a little bit more. Because they have to bolt / heat this, and then they have to untap and bolt the Void Walker. So the next turn we... Oh. Okay. Next turn we probably just put Laris in hand. They're keeping the Sentinel in play. That's actually kind of nice. Dash Ragavan. We're probably just going to block here. So they have Murktide, Bolt, Unknown. Push. Island. They're going to Murktide here. Yeah. So we're gonna Kai'Skal them. Land. No. Plenty of Kai'Skal here. So we'll sack make a 1/1, I think. And then we have a second Kai'Skal for their second Murktide, which is great. Land. Tarmogoyf's a good draw, too. So let's Thoughtseize. See if we need to pay way for a counter spell or something for this Tarmogoyf. I guess we could attack first if they wanted to protect a bolt, but I don't think they'll bolt. Archmage's Charm. I think we take the Charm here. Slam Goyf and then just try to win the game that way. And then their turn is literally like wasted. Because they could have Expressive Iteration last turn, but they didn't. And then we still have this backup Kai'Skal for the Murktide. So we're actually in an okay spot. Pick Goyf. That's the turn. Thinking of cracking. I was gonna say, like, I don't think they should have cracked the Islet. So they're gonna Expressive Iteration here. So this is a 2-turn clock. Sorry, yeah, 2-turn clock of now. So this is like they'll have one more draw step. They could go fetch counterspell, but then they go to 5 at minimum, and then the Squoif's lethal the following turn. So the last card needs to be counterspell plus Murktide for this Kaya's Guile. So let's see if that's what they drew. If they drew another counterspell, that's just going to be very annoying. That's just as annoying too. Okay. So their hand is is Bolt Unknown. Okay. They're gonna be mad that we have the second Kaya's Guile. I think we want to make another one. Wow. So he fought through 2 Murktides. Okay. Let's see. Want Lingering Souls. Soulgate Lanterns a maybe. We definitely want the Vindicate. The Outland Liberators are also maybe, just because they're gonna board in Blood Moon against us. The cool thing though is we actually didn't reveal Urza Saga that game, so they don't know that we are an Urza Saga deck. The one who really speaks of that clock. It's true. Very true. You're not wrong there. So I don't think we want the Rhythm commands. It only kills Monkey. And if it answers like a Darcy, then it's like a Delirious Darcy. It's like better on the play if anything, because like they can easily reach Delirium on turn 2, and then the thing about cards like Rhythm command is a lot of people are like, oh, it can do this and it can do that in these situations, and it's like, yeah, when all these stars line up, it's okay, but a lot of the times it really doesn't. Like, I mean, if you unless you have it exactly on turn 2 on the play to kill a Darcy, like this deck is gonna get Delirium on turn 3 on average, right? So I think we're also gonna board out the Voidwalkers. I know that's kind of not what you'd expect, but like we need all of our creatures to be able to block. And again, like they can just rebuild Delirium so easily. So Voidwalker is just kind of not too great. And top of that, like, and you would think like Bobs would be really bad in this matchup, but it's like a mid-range match, so like Bobs are actually very, very, very good. I can see like Soulgate Lantern and like Explosives coming in just like when they go wide, but I think if we go wide, rather just go like Lingering Souls. So we just want the Liberator just to answer Blood Moon easily. It could also just be a Lantern. That could also just be a possibility too. I feel like it's like similar thought process like versus Is It Phoenix, where like you would think Bob's would be really bad against like a burn deck like Is It Phoenix and such, but it's actually really good. We're gonna keep this hand. The Thoughtseize kind of needs to take a Blood Moon if they have it, because of the Urza Sagas, but and hopefully we can draw into a White Source. But I think this hand's keep. Jen is playing Pirate Spellbomb. Is Abzan not playing Sunbeam Spellbomb? That's funny. Okay. That was a White Source that is not the greatest. Land. Okay. Hopefully we draw an actual White Source here off the top that's untapped, and then we can go Sentinel. Oh. Okay. So they could be playing Counterspell. So I guess we lead on Sentinel. See if it gets counter, then Thought sees them. I think we have to place the Mars Flats here. And we'll get Plains. Or do we want Swamp? I think we want Plains. Great. Yeah, I think we want Plains. Let's eat a counter spell, and then we'll Thought seize them. Brazen Borrower, Serum Visions, Expressive Iteration. We'll take the iteration here. Okay. The hand is Brazen Borrower, Serum Visions, Unknown. Okay. So here we'll play the Saga, play the drum. Hopefully we draw a 2-drop here somewhere. I'm going to shock this in. Probably to end step Brazen Borrower or something. Prismatic Ending is interesting. That's actually a really good draw. Because then we can hit a Blood Moon if need be. So we'll do this. I could also put Laris in hand too. I don't hate putting Laris in hand. I think that's more mana efficient than just playing a drum. So they shocked a Brazen Borrower just to... Oh, shocked and Steam Mist to place Brazen Borrower. Oh, did they draw Murktide? Okay, that's okay. How's it going, Spider? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay, they hit Gaulish, right? Okay. So we're just going to place Hold Up Saga, I think. Do we want to play the drum off a second Saga? I don't think so. I think I want to get this Triumph into play. Because I think our mana is going to be tied up the following turns. With this first Saga. I guess they could dash Ragavan, bounce the Construct of Brazen Borrower. So that's kind of annoying. We just gotta dodge one monkey hit here, I think. Sure. I am not going to Vegas. I wish I was, though. Don't get me wrong. Okay. They hit 2 shock lands. Hopefully that's not going to be relevant when we're trying to fetch for our colors next turn. Or just in the future. Darcy. Are you going, Spider? Bobby. This. I kind of want to just spell bomb here. The other card is Ragavan. Probably go drum. Ending. Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to prismatic ending this. I guess I could just make them attack. We spellbomb them. So we can just play drum here. It's actually pretty good. 3-1. Let's go. I really thought about it, but in the end decided to. I didn't have folks to stay with or a deck I really wanted to bring or a functional on my own. That just means that we should have talked because I was like, my fiance, like I actually really wanted to go, um, but my fiance didn't feel comfortable because God, the sunlight's really bad. Hold on. Like my fiance didn't feel comfortable because like it was the weekend right before like Thanksgiving and we're meeting her family and my family, so she didn't feel comfortable. But I think I could have persuaded her if I had a living situation or like not living situation, like a place to stay that wasn't so crowded. Because like all of my people that I knew, they're all staying at like these really crowded Airbnbs. I think that's the thing that got her really uncomfortable. I think playing the actual tournament, going to fight would have been okay, but it's the fact that like I'm staying in a hotel with like probably like 10 other people. I think that changed her mind. But I wish we talked earlier. Then maybe we could have like I don't know what your budget would have been for that trip, but like if you and I like just split a room, I would have totally been down for that. But I guess there's always next year. So we're 3-1. Um, I'm gonna go get some water. My throat's getting really dry, so I need to refill my water pretty quick. So I'll be right back. We're gonna hopefully continue this run. This is sweet. We started off 0-1 and we won 3 straight, so hopefully we can keep going. Still would have needed a deck, but yeah, next time. So yeah, we'll definitely plan something, especially if there's I don't know if like tournaments are gonna come back, but if there's something like in like through the Mexico area, we could I would totally be interested just because that flight isn't really that far. At least from California, right? And vice versa. Like if you're ever gonna come to the Bay Area, like I'm gonna move soon into like a duplex, but we'll have a spare room. So like vice versa, if you never needed any a place to stay in the Bay Area, you're all of course more than welcome to stay at my place. I hate cherry rooms. I always get my own when I travel for tournaments. Yeah, it's just gonna be really expensive. I'm also saving for a wedding, so I really wanted if I were to go to Vegas, I would have wanted it to be more on the budget end. So getting my own moon would have been bad, but I think the compromise of like how uncomfortable my fiance would have been, I think just splitting with someone else, I think that would have been a good compromise for her. That would have made her feel a little bit better about it. I went to Vegas once. It went horribly. Never went again. I actually love Vegas on the isotope, and maybe you need to have a good positive experience in Vegas. So, uh, the next Magic Vegas, assuming we're not in another pandemic, I would love to meet up with you there and we can hang out. I know we show you Vegas in a positive light. I don't like to club. I don't drink, so I actually if you're into that kind of stuff, I'm gonna disappoint you. But I kind of like just hanging out, going to some shows. I like to gamble a little bit, so like those are the things that interest me. So if those interest you, then I'm more than down to beat up for that. I don't mind when it's 2 or 3, even 4. But after that gets really be a lot. Yeah, exactly. And especially if it's people I don't know, because I know like maybe like 2 people, right? But it's like when it's a house of 10, I don't know like 8 other people. It gets kind of iffy, right? If New York had a big tournaments, that would be great. I'm surprised New York doesn't. I mean, don't they have like Syracuse tournaments for like Star City games and stuff? I'm surprised it's not more. I think I cashed every time I went to Vegas. That's awesome. Um, every time I go to Vegas, except for the last time I went to Vegas, which was actually not that long ago. I would always break even, and my fiance, who doesn't gamble, doesn't really get the concept that breaking even is actually really good when you gamble, because you pretty much had all the entertainment for free. But she's in the mindset of just like, why aren't you winning money? And I'm like, that's, breaking even consistently is like such an Abzan thing to do, right? Like leave it up to the Abzan guy to break even every time he goes to Vegas. It's like you're 3-2ing every league. When you go to Vegas, you're breaking even every fucking time. It's just the shoe fits, you know. Yeah, I thought the East Coast had a bunch of tournaments, but maybe that's just because Star City Games is the tour is like that's kind of what we're in because Spider, you and I are in the same boat. We're on the West Coast, and we definitely don't get the tournaments that the East Coast does. I'm very jealous of that. I feel like where I am has nothing close to terms of like. I mean, you're also in the middle of fucking nowhere, spiders. So take me to Vegas, please. Yeah, Will. That would have been sweet if we got to hang out in Vegas. I would have loved to meet you two in person. That would have been sweet. You'd also like outsize me. Like I'm like this fucking like 5'2", really small Asian dude, and like Will Hall like 7'2", tatted out motherfucker. That's like with a really intimidating stash. We're moving to Vegas, yes. You're 6'2". Holy moly! I need some of your height, buddy. Give it to me. Yeah, I really wish the pandemic was over. Everyone does, right? But like I don't know. I feel like Spider, you telling me that you're not going to Vegas selfishly makes me feel better because I was feeling major FOMO. I was like, man, am I like the only one not going to Vegas? I feel like everyone's going because I feel like every other day someone's like, oh, who's going to Vegas on Twitter? And I'm like, not me. I'm so sad. There's a party here. We'll party. Yeah. Preach out for hanging out. Like what Gray said. Hope you all are having a good time. How far is Vegas from Spider? I don't know. When you're living in a black hole like Spider does, everything is far. Why do you think his internet always crashes when he streams? Oh, John, I know you're not going to Vegas. I know you're not. I will carry you. Yeah, you can call me Grogu, dude. I'm like a yellow Grogu. Goo, goo. Who needs Vegas? You have tuition for next semester. What's tuition coming from the person who's already graduated? Okay, this hand is decent. We have turn 1 interaction and discard spells if they don't have a 1-drop. Promote them all into 6. We have all their colors online and Urza Saga. This is shaping up to be pretty good. Okay. Oh. Boggles. Where's our Kai's-Gao main? Esper Sentinel. I think we go Esper Sentinel here, slow them down, and then double discard them next turn. Fuck Vase, come UK, let's go. I've never been to the UK. My mentor at my work actually moved to Germany, and he's been trying to get me to come over there, which is kind of cool. But we'll see about that. Yeah, and now it's definitely too late. But Spider, we'll connect next time. Next time we'll definitely reconnect for sure. Okay, so we're gonna bobble. I guess we'll bobble them. I don't think there's any like we're trying to scry trick, but like I think it's just better to have more info. See what they do here. Rancor. Okay. So let's get a swamp. We really need a Kaya's Guile. That's what we really need. A swamp. Inquisition. So this will leave the door open if we want to portable hole. The row. Oh. I guess we just hold the Umbra then. We take the scout, so it leaves Kaya's Guile as an out. And we'll just do this. So then now we can block with the Sentinel if need be. Because if they go... I mean, they could double Rancor if they really wanted to, but Kai's Guile. So the hand is double Rancor and they can't attack. Middle of nowhere sounds nice. I'm in the Bay Area too, so like that's I'm in the same boat. Okay. They can't attack me. They shouldn't attack me. They're thinking about it though. Bobby. So we're gonna play Bob, pass turn. So it depends on what they draw here. They can't party or fight to the UK. That's funny. Are we thought seizing here? Could have been what we draw off Bob and for a draw step. I guess we do Thoughtseize here. If they draw like an Umbra that they don't want to like, they can just cast extra. That's fine. Late line main deck. We're gonna fetch Forest here just to. We're gonna make a construct end of turn. We're gonna untap, make another construct. Fetch Shadow Spear, equip Shadow Spear, and attack. And we'll have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7 that's attacking. Assuming, what are they drawing here? I feel like I lost my format. I used to be the Taxes guy before I got pushed out of the format. I really like the Taxes list that you played in the challenge recently. Whoa. Is there an aura that... I'm assuming they have another duder that we can just Rancor. That's what this attack tells me. So I kind of want to block with the Sentinel, and then just make a construct attack back with the construct. Like, if they don't play the Rancors this turn, they just play the Rancors next turn. Like, it's not that big of a deal for them. So they're gonna play another Boggle. Yep. Yep. So we'll do this. Untap. Need to believe my deck to get those classic top decks coming. Yes, not wrong. Now you're the challenge topic all the time? That's true. That is true. Okay. The decay was very good. Tutor here. Do this. Get a Shadow Spear. Equip Shadow Spear. Do I want to equip Bob? No, we want to gain the most life. We want to gain the most life. I wonder if it's worth offering the trade here. We have the backup Bob too. Kind of like trading here. Or offering the trade, I mean. But this Bob wants to get frisky. 13 life. Okay, so... Oh, that's really good. I guess it's not really good. We get to decay it. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's the new like good stuff pile deck, right? That's what we would like to call it. I'll gladly trade. I will gladly trade. Just because we have the decay for the spirit answer anyway. I guess we just decay, second Bob attack. Don't think there's much to it. We have a lot of lands in our hand. Fortunately. Not really paying attention to what cards we're revealing or not. Okay, cool. That deck Shadow Spear is so good, it is. Like if Shadow Spear wasn't printed, I don't think this deck would be very playable. Take it easy, Spider. Stay safe, buddy. And I hope to catch you soon. Whether it's your stream or my stream. Do we want Lingering Souls as a chomper? I don't think so. This card seems really good too in this matchup. I'll burn out the Voidwalkers since there's nothing. The graveyard, the Leyline ability doesn't do anything. There's nothing that they cast that we really want to cast out the Voidwalker. So I think that's an easy cut. Guess we can trim on a push. It only hits Dryad Arbor and Core Spirit Dancer. I can see trimming a Sentinel too. I think that's fine. I guess we don't want Spellbomb. So you just keep the Sentinel. They board and rip, so like, if we really want a piece of yard hate, it would be the Lantern, but I don't think... Didn't reveal Luris. So I don't feel the need to. I think this is fine. Playing the Boggles. Sounds pretty good. We'll probably go turn 1 Esper Sentinel. Slows him down again. No ley line is good for us. Backup Sentinel is funny. Backup Sentinel is funny. Pay? Would you like to pay? No! You would like to not pay, huh? Okay. It sucks that we can't tutor up a new explosive with Urza Saga. I guess Bywriggers can't be choosers. We're gonna ball trick ourselves now. Really want to draw Kai's Guile or something. Or engineer explosives. Land. Trying to figure out if we can play drum. And I don't think we can. I think we have to play the Catacombs, shuffle the Catacombs away, get a basic force, hold up decay. Hopefully they don't have another aura and we just decay the Umbra. Or we have to like stem the bleeding a little bit. So we'll just do this now so I don't like forget. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten basic force because we can't Kai's Guile them off that. Like our mana is really bad against Kai's Guile. Okay. Okay. I guess I decay the Umbra. And then I can Prismatic ending the Rancor. So I think we take the 7 here. It sucks, but... Ooh, okay. We're gonna definitely Prismatic ending. So we can go Drum, Sentinel, Thought, Inquisition. So we're gonna cast 4 spells. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot this turn. Just try before we can play Saga. I don't think we can. So if you go Drama Forest. Yeah, we can't play Saga this turn if we want to go Inquisition, Sentinel, and Pending. The fact that we exile the Rancor and then the Coronet falls off and then we get the Rancor back is a pretty big game. Can't necessarily attack here. And people ask why I have Springleaf Drummer in this list, and I think that's a good example of why. Sure. I will gladly trade there. Okay. I think that exchange favors me more than it does you, opponent. Okay. So now we probably just make constructs. I don't think we are hard pressed to cast Lurrus right now. Construct. I guess we can. I don't want to fetch shock. I can make a construct, but then I don't have mana to go Lurrus Bauble. I think we can play a little slower here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. We have 5 mana total, and I don't want to fetch shock. Yeah, so we'll just play the Triumph here. I will just get Shadow Spear next turn. Yeah, they have one more draw step to like draw something. And if it's just like a puny aura, like whatever, we just gain all that life back. Okay. And this is why I didn't fetch shock. We only have shock lens left in the deck. I guess the construct would have outgrown it anyway, but another Saga. Sounds good to me, deck. You are just feeding me haymakers here. Feeding me haymakers. Get a 1 mana short from playing the Lurrus, but I don't think we need that. Anyway. Up here. We go back up to 11. I don't think we want to move the Shadow Spear over to the Sentinel. I don't think that accomplishes anything. Cool. We started off 0-1, and then we are rallying back. What about going Saga and say, yeah, so that was already, so that Boggles in a meta where everyone has Spear. Yeah. They need some sort of like artifact or enchantment hate that they could have theoretically boarded in. That could have been their out. But I mean, there's a lot that they need to bring in because we reveal Lures too, so they need to bring like Rips too. It's like a lot, and then they like dilute their deck. Deck of Street Fighter, Lost Saga and Lures are just too strong. I agree. I was talking to Roundsley, who's in the middle of a tournament, playing the same deck, and him and I kind of like came up with the idea of the deck too. And I was like discussing with him how like this is probably like the most powerful Abzan version of Abzan I've played. Like usually we're kind of like behind on the power level curve, like we're casting Lingering Souls and Stoneforge Mystic got on banned, but like there's Coladon's Command and Jace the Mind Sculptor and Teferi and Uro, and it's like the cards that we have access to in our colors had just felt historically weak compared to what everyone else has gotten. But adding Saga to the deck and then just Sentinel just being very well positioned in the meta, it just like feels really, really good. And a lot of people ask like why Abzan over Jund, because Jund has Ren and 6, and that's not wrong, but these red decks also have a huge target on them. Stuff like, Sanctifier Envac. Just decks like people are just prepared to combat Monkey, versus they're not really prepared to really combat this deck where like do they board an artifact hate for Saga, but then they board an artifact hate and then we slam a Tarmogoyf and then they just die with all this artifact hate in hand. And then it's like, do they board in Rest in Peace? But then we just go Saga and go over the top. And it's like I like how everyone's kind of gunning towards certain decks, like thanks to Hammer and stuff that's in the meta, and we kind of force other decks that necessarily might not be well equipped to do what I'm about to say is to draw the right half of their deck. And like I said, like if they draw Force of Vigor and we have Luris Engine going, okay, like thanks. There's games where like I play like discard Tarmogoyf, blah blah blah, and they go like Alpine Moon, and I'm like, I don't have Urza Saga in my hand. Like, and of course, there's games where like they I have the Saga and they Alpine Moon it, but it's like, okay, that's fine. Like, I'm not. This deck isn't reliant on Saga. Saga's kind of like this deck uses Saga as like a mixture of like Stoneforge Mystic and Lingering Souls. And like if you board in like, some sort of like removal spell for the Stoneforge Mystic, it's not like our game plan fall apart. If our opponent boards in like Plague Engineer against Lingering Souls, it's not like our game plan falls apart. It's just like it's just a value card for our deck. It's not like a tutor for a hammer. It's not like we're using it as just a value engine. So like if we lose Saga, it's not that big of a deal. Which is why I really like it in this build. And like I like play against deck people that board in for like they see it Urza Saga game one and they flip out and then they board an Alpine Moon. And I'm not even sure that's even correct to board an Alpine Moon against us. Unless like the deck just can't beat Urza Saga, but like if like I think Jun Saga can beat Urza Abzan Saga, and I don't think they should board an Alpine Moon. I think that's just my how I would because it's just like a mid rate match and you just can't board in these dead cards in these matches. I think ending in Gala big upside, yeah. And I think one of the MVPs in this deck is really the Springleaf Drum. Because it just makes a lot of use out of like these Sentinels and Dark Confidants, because they're not necessarily attacking or blocking. Um, exactly what Rodeo was saying. Like, Jun Saga definitely isn't all in on the Urza Saga. And the thing is, like, I'd argue we aren't either. Like, just because we have the Sentinels, it's like, okay, well, we have Sentinels. It's just a good one drop. Like it's just well positioned in the meta where like we go turn one sentinel and it slows our opponents down to a crawl where we can like start activating Saga when it matters. It's just so good. Um and then like Jun Saga, I've noticed that like like what El Rodeo Stan said is like you make a construct, it becomes a 1/1, and then they untap, make a construct, make a 3/3, get a Shadow Spear or whatever, and they're just like small. But like adding the Sentinels and just having a portable hole instead of the third prismatic ending, like all of a sudden our constructs are like 4/4s and 5/5s, and like that is just much more relevant when we need a clock in certain matchups and just being able to block in certain matchups too. So I think just like the addition of portable hole, just having main deck, life gain, main deck spell bomb, and even Shadow Spear, just being able to like turn off hexproof, against Boggles is so relevant, right? Um, so I'm gonna be back. Let me make sure my dog is okay, and then we're gonna hopefully keep rallying. We're gonna keep going. Hopefully we can qualify this stream. Shadow Spear is good against spirits too. Sweet. Shadow Spear is just such a good card in general. Like, uh, there's a couple people like Roundsley, who's one of my mods, who has been a big fan of Shadow Spear for like Stoneforge packages. And I never liked it in Stoneforge Mystic decks just because I felt like it was like you just much rather have a Batter Skull or a Lingering Souls deck. So equipping a Shadow Spirit to a Lingering Souls isn't much of a life swing anyway. But in this deck where we literally have Tarmogoyfs, Voidwalker equipped with the Shadow Spear, making it a 4/3 is actually relevant. Like a 4 point life swing is pretty decent. And of course the Saga, these construct tokens of Saga, just like being so beefy too, is like pretty relevant, right? So 73 viewers. Appreciate everyone tuning in and hanging out. This is a lot. We appreciate everyone. It's awesome. As we try to qualify here again, I mentioned this earlier. Just saying, I don't even know if I could even play the actual Swiss, but whatever. We're just gonna play. Oh, my music app just crashed. Right, whatever. I like Sunday streams. I can actually watch them. You can tell my fiance to hang out with her friends more often then, because she's hanging out. A couple of, but Indian pancake. Yeah, I know. I'm on the West Coast, so it's like it's definitely harder on a lot of people. XYance 1988. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I know it's tough on a lot of people. It's like unless you're in like Hawaii, like it's definitely a lot harder for people on the East Coast to tuning in on my West Coast streams. Just because like I only stream when I get off work, right? So it's like it's tough. But I appreciate it when you do, though. Turn 1 Esper Sentinel. Or against Luris. Any Luris deck, Esper Sentinel is just so good. I remember Siring Spike mentioned like how he didn't like Esper Sentinel in a Thoughtseize deck. And I never understood that. Because you just always lead on Sentinel, and then you just go Thoughtseize after. I don't know. Opponent's like, oh fuck, I'm against Hammer. What am I ever going to do? And then they see a Kai's-Guile. And then we just slow them down even more. Let's bubble them. Maybe they're on black-red. They're like bobble. So they're on Jund. So let's get an Overgrown Tomb and Thoughtseize. It's going to be pretty painful, but I want to make sure that I tag a red and 6 here. Unholy Heat. Okay. Yep. So we're going to take the red and 6. Play second Sentinel. I'm going to pass. They're like, what? Nice. We get to draw a card off the Saga. Oh, so good. So good. So they could either heat the second Sentinel or play Tarmogoyf. Land. Sweet. So if they go Goyf, we can just push it. Peat land. They go Goyf, sure. So they have the Saga, and we don't, which sucks. Yeah, but I wanted to play around double red. So yeah. Yeah, maybe. You're probably right, Tsunobuka. You're probably right. So shock in, play drum, play Tarmogoyf, push Tarmogoyf, attack. And this Tarmogoyf's out of heat range too. So their hand is Heat, Saga, Mountain, Overgrown Tomb, Unknown. Saga, you got it. You can put Lurrus in hand. Yeah, they put Lurrus in hand. Okay. Do we need to get in this extra point of damage here? I think the answer is no. I think I go Spellbomb, put Lurrus in hand of my own, I think. I could Kaya's Guile them. I'll hold the Kaya's Guile, but I don't feel like I need to do that. I'll probably just make a token. We can go Lurrus, bring back Sentinel or Bauble, whatever we feel like doing. But I feel like if I'm gonna Sentinel first, I'll probably Heat first, if anything. I feel like they would have heated in response anyways to Mocha, but I think your line's probably slightly correct. I just wanted to play around double Ren and 6. Because they could heat my Sentinel and then Red and 6 my other Sentinel. So I kind of wanted to play a little bit safer. But maybe maybe that line's just too safe. And this is where I talk about, like, they have an Urza Saga, but like they have no other artifacts. But if we had a Saga in play, we'd be making 5/5s right now, and almost 6/6s, just because of the Sentinel, the Drum, and the Spellbomb. So they're just gonna make Saga tokens and Heat. Okay. Well, they can't exactly Heat my Tarmogoyf because we have a Spellbomb in play. So we'll attack with just the Tarmogoyf here. I still think the Sentinel is going to be able to tax them, which is nice. I don't know if I want to play this Lurrus, though. They're not attacking. Or, I mean, sorry, they're not blocking. I wonder if I go Lurrus Sentinel here. Just really tax their mana. I kind of want to. We're kind of leading it into their heat, but then they're also just not making a construct at that point. So I think I'm okay with doing this. They're like under a ton of pressure. And these Sentinels just like help us drop more cards. Yeah. So like if they let me draw, then they just activate Saga. Oh, okay. Exactly. Oh, I should have Inquisitioned. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So they could make a construct here, get Shadow Spear, equip Shadow Spear. because then they can't really heat. Not that they could heat before anyway. See, they're just floating. Are they going to put Lurrus into play? Goyf's a 7/8. It's crazy. Draw? You let me draw? You let me draw? Okay. 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 So I can't attack here. What our opponent's doing. Okay. Not gonna play that work. Oh. Goddess Girl, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Sack, make a 1/1. These Sentinels, man. Just so good. So good. Opponent's being a very good sport. Okay. So there's a Saga deck. I mean, I don't really know. I think we want explosives, lanterns a maybe, needles a maybe, vindicates a maybe. We definitely want lingering souls. Torak and Outland Liberators are also maybe possible. Put those here. I guess we could just cut discard completely. I don't hate that. Is this the matchup where we want Voidwalker? I think so. Sentinel is one of my favorite cards from the last few years. It's definitely been very good for Abzan. And it's definitely been good for a lot of other archetypes as well. It's been very impressive, that's for sure. So I can definitely see why it would be one of your favorite cards. Is that that's cool art too? Like, sorry, my mouse gets all like the art on this card is I don't know why, but like the background too, and like the color of the sky, and it's like reflective off the dude's metal. It's like it's very plain to the eye, for sure. Maybe we don't want Tarax. Whether command can hit Ren. So like the card that we're really kind of more scared of is Ren. And it's like, are we gonna be okay with giving our opponent a Ren 6? With no way to really moving efficiently, like discard. I guess we have Needle too. I think we just brought out one Voidwalker. Call it a day. We have EE too. We actually do have a lot of outs to Ren 6. Be like these guys. These guys. Pithing Needle will count too. We do have a lot of outs to Ren 6. Alara has some cool art in general. Yeah, that's true. Very true. Very, very, very true. I actually didn't play during Alara block. I actually took a break during that time. So when I came back, I was like, why are all these like multicolored cards doing here? Why are all these like multicolored artifacts doing in my game? What is happening? Alrighty. This hand's pretty decent. We could turn one monkey. We can bubble trick ourselves. Okay. Bob to the bin. If they don't take the Bob, I am like entirely. Oh, but they can't even run in 6 off of on turn 2. That's a really interesting line to take off basic swamp. The Lara Reborn Pre-Release was tilting. Why do you say that? Turducken. Sorry, I can't say your name right. You know what would be the best draw right now? Is an Esper Sentinel. Esper Sentinel #1. They took Portable Hole. Interesting. Are they going to dash Ragavan here? I think we're going to Bubble Trick. I think I'm going to Bubble Trick at the end of our opponent's turn because A, plays our discard spells. 2, if they dash Ragavan, we can actually Bubble Trick ourselves. And then if we reveal like a discard, or I guess we don't have discard spell anymore, but they reveal like, I don't know, like another Esper Sentinel, then I would rather not do that, right? So, Goleaf is kind of big. Mistress Bauble. So we're gonna fetch here, get a Triome. So which Bard index do I think take the most skill? I think Yawgmoth is pretty skill intensive. Yawgmoth is probably to play the most optimally. It's definitely Yawgmoth. I think I'm gonna play Tumberglyph here. And then next turn we can Bob plus push. Yeah, I think it makes use of our mana the best if we do this. They haven't revealed red mana. They haven't fetched. And our Tumberglyph is way better than their Tumberglyph. So we're obviously going to win this battle here. I'm going to play the Urborg, which is unfortunate if they turns on like the Voidwalker and stuff. But I like being able to like not have it to fetch here. I'm going to attack. We're not going to attack. We're not going to lose to run 6. Okay, would they have offered the trade? Oh, okay. Can you see her? Like right here? I don't know if the mic's picking it up, but she's like snoring or sorry, sleep talking. Okay. Again, we're just most mana. This play just makes the best use of our mana. We revealed Verdict Catacombs Urborg. So the only card they know about our hand is Witherbloom Command. So I'm not gonna attack here. They are fetching. Interesting. Guess they don't want to draw lands. Them fetching like that aggressively, I feel like that just means they don't want to draw lands. The real answer to your question, Rokomao, is Abzan Lur's Saga. After pondering about it. Takes a lot of skill to play such a beautiful deck like this. Whoever built this deck is just fucking big galaxy brain. They're fetching basics. Huh. I don't know. I can't really explain what our opponent's doing here. Channeler. I'm gonna block here. So I kind of don't want to put a creature in the graveyard just yet. I don't want to push this Tarmogoyf because then they could put Spell Bomb in to play in the graveyard, and this is delirious. Ha. So this will be delirious. Okay, let them surveil first. They topped. So I'll discard Lingering Souls. And then I'll push this Tarmogoyf. Okay. Let's see if they crack Spellbomb here aggressively or not. They don't. Bobble. I'll flash this baby back. Do this. Bobble trick them. Ooh, Renin 6. We do have the Rhythm command for the Renin 6, so that's actually okay. So I guess we just attack with Tarmogoyf, and I think we race. Cop out answer. Yeah. Saga's a great draw. Should be money, and I want a high skill deck that I'm not gonna get bored of. Yeah, you just gotta find a deck that you really like. And it's hard to find something. Especially with how fast moving modern is. Finding something you like and that is viable, it's really hard. Atlanta Lantern Control, I'm not sure how committed that deck is or when the meta shifts. They topped with this. I think I'm under the belief that I feel like you can, as long as you're like really, I feel like modern's still at a point where like, if you're an expert at a deck, you will be rewarded for it. Kuji, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Because I think it's like Abzan, right? Like this deck is underpowered, but I still think that you get rewarded for knowing how to pilot your deck, you know? So, depends on what they draw here. But we're kind of winning this race. They could put Luris in hand, but they're not going to. They're going to crack Spellbomb. Okay, I mean they topped that with the first Channeler trigger, so that makes sense. So now we can't raise. Now we can raise. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Urbar coming in clutch too here. We do need 2 green sources, so I'm gonna fetch here. Um, probably just destroy the red and drain. Where is it? Oh, here you go. No, let's return land. Here. Destroy. Drain. Play Goyf. So now they're in a spot where they need to either draw another. They can't even draw another heat. Our Goyf's a 6/7, so they need to. Their out is like land Blurus, cast Blurus, or yeah, I don't know. This is a tough. This is a sweet spot. A tough spot for them. How's it going, Cole 6? Hope you're doing well. Mainly because you have 3 Bobs. Yeah, Bobs are really good in this deck with the lower curve. Mustache threat. Can bring it back with Blurus. Bobs have been very good in this deck. Bob is the best card ever. I love Dark Confidant. Let's go. Just get Saga in play. Get a Drum. So we go. Actually, we can play the Drum, and I guess we just make a Construct to end a turn. But this being growing the Construct another power is actually kind of relevant, I think. Cool. Cool. 5-1. Can we go 2-2 to finish this stream off and qualify? That's the real question here. Greenness at any cost is my favorite flavor text. Just sums up the design perfectly. I agree with you 100%. You know what my favorite flavor text is? um, this card. This is my favorite flavor text. I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna refill my water, and I'll be back. This deck seems sweet. How's it been performing overall? Any surprises? The deck's been really good. Before this stream, my record was 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 5-0, and we're 5-1 this league. So what? That's 17-3. So that's 22-4. This deck's so absurd. Oh, I think I need to take my dog out. Ah, God damn it! I like just got water. And she's just like, oh, she's like on the fucking corner, like staring at me. God damn it. Hold on, I'll be right back. Fuck. Okay, dokie. Sorry. When your dog needs to go out, you need to take her out. Where was I? Was playing Pauper and Legacy all night. Did they fix Pauper yet? And did they fix Legacy yet? Because I know that both those formats I heard were very broken. I think the curse had been downgraded so to just the first game I tuned into. Apparently, Grace. I'm hoping you becoming a mod just makes that curse go away completely. Or maybe just the curse breaker is just playing Urza Saga. So mine is of Goblin Offensive. Goblin Offensive. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll pull this up for people who don't know the flavor text on it. That's really funny. That's a pretty good one. That's a good one, Pseudomocha. Good call. Null Rod. It doesn't do anything. It does nothing, or whatever it is. So let me just close this. Separate these two. For now, as I catch up on chat. It doesn't do anything. It does nothing. Goblins are so the best. Utvara Scalper? What's that one? I just need to do Scryfall. He wages war whenever the wind carries him. Is this the one you're talking about? Oh, this card wasn't this in 7th edition? Or I think it was another Goblin card that's in 7th edition. I mean, it's kind of a cool. It makes sense flavor-wise. It's pretty sweet. I definitely think goblins are the funny until they're not Tribe of Magic. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly, David. I have a huge spot for goblins. Losing to Misfire. I don't know. Goblins are just really good. I lost to a ton of them when I used to play Legacy a lot. So, how come you play Larius with Guile mainboard? Kaya's Guile is just a really good card right now. Just being able to exile the graveyard. It just does a lot of things. It's essentially Abzan's Kolagon's command. Just making just an edict effect as if you watched the match against Blue or Murktide. It's just start out against Murktide. Exiling the graveyard's relevant, making 1/1's relevant, life gain is relevant against Burn. Like this card does a lot in the meta right now. And Larius as a companion is just broken, so that's why we're doing it. How's it going, Blitz? Hope you're doing well, buddy. The Rhino King with no rhinos, but we do have rhinos in the chat if you're a sub. If your sub badge is rhinos, you definitely have part of the Rhino clan there. Paper is I guess that really depends on the paper meta then, because I'm sure it might be broken online, but maybe it's not as broken in paper, so that kind of makes sense. You don't know why he's fighting, just does, or where. He just goes wherever the wind takes it. When is next round? Right now, Spaghetti. We're doing some qualifying matches. This isn't the Swiss. It's just the Qual one. People who want to qualify for the tournament can just play whenever. We're not in the actual tournament yet. Good luck, Malfi. Thanks again for hanging out, as always. Appreciate everyone tuning in, too. 82 viewers is awesome. Really appreciate everyone hanging out. This is a great showing by everyone. We are 5-1 in the Manatraders Qual. Just need 2 more wins and we can qualify for a tournament that I might not even be able to play in. Because it's during Thanksgiving. So let's see if we can rattle a few more wins here. Sweet on the play. Luris is a companion. This hand's good. We don't have turn 2 Goyf with this mana, but going Sentinel into Thoughtseize Triumph isn't bad. Or against Hammer. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. That Triumph really screws us. So we could Triumph and just pass? How's it going? Last god? Hope you're doing, buddy. I think we play Triumph and pass. I would have loved to play Tarmogoyf here. I don't think we want to Thoughtseize. I think I'd rather go Thoughtseize next turn and then pending something too. Oh, that's really annoying. We only have one overgrown tomb in the deck last cut, so the odds of that are very, very low. And I don't think we want to be activating Saga the following turn either. So I think it's just better to just handbag the Saga. So okay. Oh. Okay. We're both drawing cards. Oh. Yikes. Do they have a hammer here? Cardin is basically Tomb. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So they have 2 mana. Stoneforge Mystic. Okay. Okay, they have hammer. Okay. I think we just prismatic ending the paladin. Yeah, I think we prismatic ending the paladin, and then I think we prismatic ending the paladin, and then just pass. The same is just very awkward, thanks to the Triumph. So we'll pay 2, and then we'll pay the 1. Miss actual Cheerios. I think you're the only person that does Last God. I think you're the only one that does. Was it something that wasn't busted? I didn't think it was that busted because I'm a Fatal Push Path to Exile deck, but I know a lot of people don't agree. Oh no. Oh no. I'm hoping their hand is just all lands at this point. Can't really beat anything. And drawing them having a second paladin was so good for them. So they have Paradise Mantle instead of Springleaf Drum, which is an interesting call. Are the only decks we're gonna lose is to Hammer? That's really embarrassing. They put Luris in the hand? Oh, they don't have Luris. They didn't reveal Luris. Oh. I just revealed that their Hammerman didn't reveal Luris. Oh, that's so gross. They revealed Hammer. Shockwave Sentinel. Golly, what a fucking turn. So I'm assuming they're like a pure steel paladin deck with like with Batter Skull and cauldrons and such. I can imagine. Golly. Okay. So we know they have Hammer. So I think we have to just do this. Inquisition them. Hopefully take the Hammer here. And hopefully their hand is just nothing else. Oh, their hand is so good. I guess we just take the Nettle Cyst. But they just put the Hammer in play. God damn it. Do I just have the Thoughtseize? I think we have the double discard spell here and then take this sword hit. But they get just drawn on the card with a sword. Oh, this is really bad. If they take the Hammer, they just draw on the hammer with the Stoneforge. I think we have to take the... Oh, but they can just play everything. Fuck. I think we have to take the Nettle Cyst. And then decay the Paladin. We're like sub 5% to win this game. Good luck, Noscott. Sorry, probably. Sorry for your virgin ears, buddy. Okay. So that's gross. So we go to 5, we go to 3, we go to 1, we're dead. Sorry, Fluffy. My bad. Okay. You know what they say about vet techs is they swear a ton. It's just we just can't help ourselves. I think since they're on a non-hammer, like a non-traditional hammer deck, where they're kind of more leaning on Stoneforge Mystic, I think Collective Brutality is actually decent here. Don't think we want Witherbloom Command. It looks like I feel like they're more on like, more of a mid-range shell than anything. So I think we want these cut. I think we just want as many outs to Stoneforge Mystic as possible. And I think I like Kai's Galley here. They didn't reveal Luris, so we don't need Spellbomb. There's an argument for like cutting all the thoughts easy, but keeping Inquisitions. But like we might be able to like need to snag like a Cauldron or a Battle Skull here, but I think that's whatever. Must be the range from a Rhino, probably. Maybe we just want one Brutality. Call it a day. I mean, we do have outs to like Cauldron. We have Prismatic Ending and Portable Hole. Let's just try this. It's definitely not the traditional hammer list. Looks like it's more of just like a mono white equipment mid-range deck. As I always saw were like basic plays. I mean, I'm assuming they're on Urza Saga, but they might not have like Eatmox or anything. And even that's not like we're totally naked to Eatmox. We have Lingering Souls, Pithing Needle, and such. So. Submit El Decorino. Hopefully these tracks can pull some weight. Maybe the Sentinels are also iffy because they're more non-creature based. So maybe I should be trimming Sentinels for the more thought seizes, but tough to say. That Triome really just kind of hurt us a lot because we couldn't be aggressive. We went from like being on the play to like kind of not being on the play just because we couldn't deploy a Goyphon too. So cool. We get to Scry Trick ourselves. We have an EE, which is going to be really good. It's not a bad hand. Opponent's in the tank. Opponent is in the tank. I'm going to turn on the light in my room. Give me a second. Okay. We don't want Verdict Catacombs, so we'll shuffle. They're going to draw Urza Saga, which is gross. Position them. Their hand really doesn't do anything. You guys would just take the Stoneforge Mystic. Sentinel doesn't really do anything either. They probably go turn 1 Sentinel. They could go turn 1 Gift, but I don't think that's right. We're just like awkwardly on the back foot of all these games. I'm assuming they'll play Saga here. Can't even cast Lingering Souls through a Sentinel, so maybe Lingering Souls is just not where we want to be in these type of matchups. Because it is awkward against Sentinel. They're not going to play Saga. Another Sentinel. Huh. So we're not going to be casting this Lingering Souls for a long time. I think I'm just going to put Laris in hand. I'm going to play Saga now. We know 4 of the 5 cards in hand. Play Saga. Unless we don't know about these planes, I might have not kept too much attention with that. Aid. Okay. Okay. Hammer, War and Peace, unknown. So we go land, explosives, pay for each Sentinel. I guess they get to draw off 1, which sucks. But I think we have to go for that. The second Sentinel really sucks for us. So we'll let them draw 1. I guess I could have attacked first. Yeah, I should have attacked first. See if they would offer up a trade. I doubt it. But I guess we could have gotten a pre-point damage in. So that was a misplay. I should have attacked. Oh, I didn't even play my land, huh? Gosh darn it. The quality of play is decreasing as I am starting to get hungry. I didn't even play a land. No, it's turn 4. Yeah, so I did play my land. I did play my land. So I can go Luris, bring back Luris, Spellbomb if need be. Could also just wait too, because they're gonna tutor here. They might tutor for Pithing Needle. So let me just crack here anyway. Just to have better use of our mana. And then we can go Lingering Souls. Flashback Lingering Souls? Not bad. Swipe the whole board. Tarmogoyf. Might be best just to not flash it back, because if we want to set EE on 0 with the explosives, we can do that. Sword or War and Peace is protection from red and white. Okay. I wonder what they're gonna tutor here. I could go Lurrus, bring back E, and it kills our own tokens, which is awkward, but might need to be a necessary evil here. Oh. So if they draw aid, we die. Because they have a hammer. Okay. It's getting scary now. I think we have to Lurrus, bring back EE. And then hold up interaction. I think they played the play-in, so I'm assuming this is just their hand. I need to pay more attention here. Paradise Mantle, sure. Well, that's more reason to crack the CE on 0. Saga was really good. So we can go Lurrus, bring back explosives on 0. Now, don't think we crack yet. And then this doesn't really do anything. Yeah. So I think we just hold back for a turn. Scary. We have the souls to like insulate ourselves against Inkmoth, but probably save this brutality for like a pure steel. But if they draw pure steel, like this game's so tough because they just turn on all their mana. I mean, Sword War and Peace is kind of a cool addition. Pro White is pretty relevant on this board. Okay. So their hand is Sword, Hammer, Unknown. Sure. I guess I have to block with a Goyf. I take 6. Yeah. We just E on 1 next turn. Oh. We're 1 mana short. Yeah, we're 1 mana short. Yeah, we're gonna bring back the E on 1. Hold up construct. And then we'll interact them next turn, I guess. Since we have the E on 1, we're safe from this Inkmoth, at least for 1 more turn. Clearing. So their end is Sword Unknown. They could play the sword and equip the Stoneforge and attack, and then we're kind of forced to chump with the construct. What? Does it matter what order I do this in? I guess not. So we'll crack here. You can't instant speed hammer either, so it doesn't matter. They could put a plating in play, but that's fine. Sure. So I take 2 plus whatever power is left. Okay. It's actually not that bad. Like, that's kind of whatever. So do this. Saga is a really good draw because then we can kick Tarak too. Do we want to name Needle here? Name Inkmoth. You could also Needle for sword, yeah. Actually, don't hate Needle for sword. Ooh, Pierce Steel Paladin. Luckily, we can kick this. So then... we attack. Oh, I didn't attack my mouse. I'm so frustrated. Ah! So frustrating. Oh, so frustrating. Oh my gosh. I need to get a new mouse. This has happened like last stream too. It is very frustrating. So frustrating. Like it happened yesterday too when I was like trying to make a Saga token and like it just like double clicked it. Very frustrating. Okay. That's really good. First things first. I guess we can EE for 2. It kills our Tarak, but like I think that's fine. EE for 2, flashback Lingering Souls. If we bubble them, we can't bring back the E. And I think I like just taking just killing their threats here. And then now we can't E for 3 anymore, or 0 anymore, sorry. Tarak. Get the Shadow Spear. Attack like this. I'll play Outland Liberator after. I guess we can bobble now. On thin ice. Good to know about that one. Another EE. Pretty sweet. Killer Sword. All right. Game 3. Hold on. I think someone's at the door. I'm trying to think that maybe I don't want the Sentinels on the draw. Maybe I want the more. I want Wither Bloom commands, destroys aid and hammer and such. So maybe we want brutality in that, and just trim on 2 sentinels. I think something like this is okay. Just so we have more late game. Tark was pretty good though. Thanks, Grace. Thanks for joining, buddy. Hope you have a great dinner. Wow, we broke 100 viewers. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Sorry as I was tanking that game. And I need to make sure my mouse does not flip out on me again. I need to find a new mouse before the next stream, I think. Because it's starting to, like, be very detrimental. I have, like, this shitty Logitech mouse, but, like... I think I guess it's just old or I dropped it too many times because like sometimes it'll like double click and I'm like like no, especially when it's like the OK button. Hands some, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. This hand's pretty good. I'll keep. How's it going, Chris? It's doing well, man. We're 5-1, so can't complain. Sentinel is annoying. At this point, we'll just play Triumph. Just to make sure our mana's online for... Like, if we need a Tarak on turn 4, we are guaranteed to do it with this mana setup. So we'll see. How's Portable Hole? It's been pretty decent. It's been very decent, actually. It's just a card that just grows the constructs, which is just super relevant, you know? Interesting. So that just screens Paladin. But the fact that they're tutoring for it, but not playing it. So we will play Courtyard and pass. We'll see if they go like Mantle, equip Stoneforge, play Pure Steel, or if they like draw a white source, play Pure Steel, and then the Mantle will push on the stack. I did not know that, handsome. They're obviously stuck on mana here. I kind of want to push this. Yeah, I'm pushing this. I mean, they can equip here, but then we can just Prismatic Ending this. Never mind. Okay. Damn it. I got so punished. I was hoping that they'd be managed here because they let on clearing, but I was not correct in that assessment. Now they're gonna take over the game with Saga tokens. So we can prismatic ending the Sentinel and then portable hole the Paladin. And then we need to hope to draw an EE. If we draw an EE, like, this game would be so... is that our out? Is our out just to draw EE? I guess so. Yes. Hold that. Okay. I mean, you could easily just die here, too. That's not the case. Prismatic ending was a good draw. If we can somehow survive this first onslaught of Saga tokens, we have a shot to win this game. We need to draw literally an EE. Kicking a track is nice, though. But that's kind of cool. That's kind of a cool tidbit, Handsome. Thanks for pointing that out. Cool. I mean, I guess we could, like, prismatic ending a construct token, vindicate the other construct token, and then we have a game. Shadow Sphere. 7-point life swing is kind of brutal. Inquisition doesn't do anything. Vindicate 1. Prismatic ending 1. Off to the races. We can put Luris in hand. Oh no, they're gonna get plating? Jeez, that was a great top deck. Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's a chance. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. How many rhinos are we running? 0, Handsome. We are running 0. Well, at least this Inquisition is live. Oh, we need some way to get value out of this Luris. We haven't drawn any of our like explosives or Outland Liberators or Baubles. Cool. So we can Inquisition that. We can Inquisition that. Okay, don't want my mouse to double click right now because we do have lethal, or yeah, we do have lethal next turn. Oh, is this lethal actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's not. Okay. Okay. Come on, give me an out here. Oh my gosh. We have 2 draw steps. Clearing doesn't do anything. So we need to draw Decay, Fatal Push. That's not one of them. Damn it, so close. Come on. Come on, deck. Abrupt Decay, Fatal Push. Not this one. Abrupt Decay. No! It's a sorcery. Oh. Oh my god. Damn it. We needed that off the top. We could have killed this. Damn. Damn. Good game. What a game. Five and 2. Okay, we need to go 2-2 for the rest of the league, and we can qualify. Damn, so close. So close. Our opponent is going to make the game. We had a lot of outs there too. I guess if they weren't sorcerer speed, we just drew the bauble too late because we could have like started getting the bauble engine going. So like that really what cost us. Yeah, it looks like I'm waiting for LFC to make the game. There you go. It's just a kind of a nice little mid-range game plan here. We can go. We get on Bob if anything. Dark Lake Shores. What the fuck? Interesting. It does look like Anakin. It most likely does. J.A. Gonzalez, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. So we're going to get a Triome here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna ignore that card for now. It doesn't do anything yet. I don't mind casting it next turn though. Saga. I think I play a Saga next turn. I go Bob here. Next turn we can go whole Bob Saga. Or like Goyf Saga. So we do this first. Because we're not going to activate Saga next turn. We probably want a whole plus Saga. So Super Mario 3. I love the Tuniki Mario. Tunaki? I can never say that name right. The Raccoon Mario. It's one of my favorites. Do I play EDH? I don't play much EDH, but I do. But I do have a Carador deck. So yes, I do play Abzan there. Someone had stopped watching. What the hell? Someone was watching the match. Interesting. Okay. Well, we're gonna portable hole the asthma here. Thoughtseize. Damn, playing the. I guess we could go whole Thoughtseize. Saga. We're definitely portable holding the asthma, I think. Yeah, I definitely think we want a Thoughtseize just to get rid of the cookbook, I think. Emery. Well, the cookbook actually doesn't do anything in this spot. So I guess I take the Emery here. And then we're just at a good old construct battle here. It definitely does look neat. There was an argument for taking the Thought Monitor too, but like they can just cast Emery here and we're like forced to draw a removal spell. So Island. Okay. I think I don't play Kaya's Galley here. I think I just make construct as well. Yeah. So it's just gonna be an Urza Saga battle, but I think their Urza Saga deck is a little bit better than ours because they actually have a lot more artifacts than us. Okay. So they could get Cookbook here, but kind of a cool deck though. I'm assuming they're an Urza pile. Shadow Spear. Okay, so we know 4 of the 5 cards. Spellbound. Oh, sure. I think we have to make a construct and block here. Do we? I guess we can make a 5/5. But then they just Shadow Spear it up. Mark Zub123, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I don't think we block. Prismatic Ending was a very good draw. Shutterstone, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. I think I got Drum here. Yeah, I think I get Drum here. Play Tarmogoyf. I could realistically like Prismatic Ending a Construct token if I really wanted to as well. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 4, so I have to tap out for the Thought Monitor. I guess they can go Spellbound plus Thought Monitor. Six. They'll become 6/6s. Yeah, I think we have to Prismatic Ending a Construct. Because then they're not really in a position to attack. Yeah, I think I like getting aggressive here. Oh, but then then they can just like soup up the Shadow Spear to the other construct, and then they just start getting life. I think we have to take the Shadow Spear. And then pass. How's it going, Kirkinator? Welcome to the stream. We're hoping this Bob gets us out of this pickle here. Oh, like, god damn it. What a top deck. God damn it. And now they have blue mana to bounce, whatever. Golly. Any Urza deck is just such a bad matchup for us because, like, it's just so good against us, unfortunately. God. I think this game is over. How's it going, Chaos? Hope you're doing well, buddy. I'll probably finish the 10 matches. Well, it depends. If I lose the next two, I might not. I might stop. Just depends on how my win rate is going. We'll make them bounce one here. Put the spell bomb. Yeah. Damn. This is tough. Liberator. Pithing Needle. Lantern. Explosives. Vindicate. Torpor up shuts off Emery and Thought Monitor and Urza. Like half of their stuff. Let's just try it. I think we board these out. I think the Voidwalkers are kind of trashy. Kai Skiles are also kind of trash. Maybe we don't want the hole. Doesn't answer Emery. Let's try something like this. Sand's kind of awkward. Like, we'll lead on Goyf, but it's like, okay. We'll go Catacombs pass, and then, like, if they go, like, turn one Emery, we can push it. It's awkward, too, because, like, we could Pithing Needle something, too. It's hard. Definitely hard. It's a tough call. Depends on what they do. That's fine. My mouse is not behaving. Okay. That's an interesting draw. I guess I should have played it first. If he like a Metallic Rebuke or something. Yeah, I should have played this first. Could have ruined the Goyf. 2 points. That might matter. Saga. Land would be great because we go Pithing Needle. Oh no. If we draw a fetch, it'll be very sweet. We could first bet at getting the Ashok now too if we draw a fetch, but okay. That's funny because we're again we were in Urza Saga deck and we named Pit the Needle Urza Saga with Pit the Needle. It's kind of funny. They fetch and then Ashok. Interesting. Okay. I guess we just go double Goyf. We have no way to trigger Revolt here. I try to bobble. So Saga turns Goyfs into 3/4s. I think Torpor Orb is kind of playing weight because that construct would have been very annoying. Like they could spin if they have a land. I wonder if they have the infinite combo in this deck. I'm assuming they'll minus themselves, so then the Goyfs are small. You love Orb. They're really expensive too. God, we really need a way to trigger Revolt here. They could still spin Urza if they really wanted to. They could still spin Urza if they really wanted to. Two mana. Thought Monitor. So Torpor Orb's doing pretty good here. They negated the 2 draws from the... It's pretty much like a shitty 2-2. Okay. They milled me. Relevant, because now we can attack the Ashok down now. Oh, they're going to spin Urza. Unfortunately, I am not playing Fracturing Gus. So I need a way to trigger Revolt here. We can answer this Urza. Thoughtseize. So we could Thoughtseize, attack the Ashiok, put Luris in hand. Well, since there's already a cookbook in play, I'll take the Asmo. This will attack Ashiok. Attack opponent. Okay, what do you got, opponent? Torpor was pulling weight. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Fractured Gust Crickety would also like really screw us too, since we are also an Urza Saga deck with like Esper Sentinels and such. So the cool thing though is like Asmo. If they were to top deck an Asmo, they can't really kill a Goyf here. Okay, that's perfect. They're gonna equip a Shadow Spear. Okay, nice. How about a Bauble? Sure. Bauble would be best draw here. Fetch land would be okay. I think I save the Prismatic Ending. One damage short. I should have attacked. I should have Prismatic in the Spear, I think. Sure. So they can go up to 7. Cool. Game 3. Shifting Ceratops. Torpor Orb was very good that game. Really glad I boarded that in. It was a little iffy, but stopping the Urza construct and then stopping the Thought Monitor draw 2 is like really relevant there. Close game. Cool. Sucks that we were not on the play, so we can't play Sentinel, but going Sentinel into Bob is a pretty decent curve. We have Needle interact, Explosives interact. Do I just think Cookbook with the Needle? So I don't think there's a way for him to trigger Asmo here. Okay. I think we make them interact with our ball. Next turn we go Esper Sentinel plus Torp Orb. Following turn we can EE for 0. Okay. 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 There's no way for them to get food, so it doesn't really matter. I get a Plains. Get a Sentinel down. Get a Torp Orb down. Stop some from Thought Monitoring. I'm hoping they make a construct here. We can E on 0. Get sharded. Hey, watch your mouth. This is a family-friendly stream, Fluffy Wolf. It's a family-friendly stream, okay? Bobble, sure. Another Sentinel? That's nice. Two cups, one guy. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's get in there, Sentinel. Master TG55. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the follows today, y'all. Oh my gosh. Grok76. Thank you for the follow. All the follows. Really appreciate it, y'all. Thank you. I get to draw. Thoughtseize. I mean, I just put Luris in hand and play Tarmogoyf, I think. The card I'm really scared about is really Urza. And that they crack this E, their cookbooks also die, so. So we're going to shock it in. Put Luris in hand. Play Tarmogoyf. Pass. Okay. See if they crack the E. They don't. Their hand is ass. Their hand is very bad. I think we just play the Luris. Let's go. 6 and 2. These Sentinels, baby. I mean, they probably F6'd Grok 76. I mean, they should have pushed it, I think, before the Tarmogoyf attack, but then we also have Luris. But then they would also be at 11. But it's that Pithing Needle saved the day. I mean, we boarded it in. That's why we have it in the deck. Oh my goodness. And even then, if they get like the food engine going, we had the explosives to answer for 0. So
it's official. You suck.
I regret fixing my sound alerts now. Let's make it yourself off. Yeah. Sweet. 6 and 2. One more win and then we qualify. Let's go. We need to win one of our next 2 matches. Alrighty. So apologies. I keep running to get more water, but my throat has been really dry because of my allergies ever since the wintertime. But give me another minute while I get some more water, and then we'll hopefully qualify here. I'll be right back. I'm working on just being a good guy and showing you the light of Rhino. Leave it up to the mono red prison player to tell the Abzan guy and show the Abzan guy the light of Rhino. Sure, Fluffy. Sure. All right. Getting paired here. My fiance's texting me right now. She's gonna be out a little later. I really appreciate for tuning in and hanging out. We got 108 viewers by my OBS count. It's a crap ton. I really appreciate everyone for tuning in and hanging out. I think this is my biggest viewership count, I think, just naturally without any raids. So I appreciate y'all for choosing my stream to hang out on this Sunday evening. Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend and enjoying this Abzan Lure Saga content as we are 6-2. Just need one more win. One more win. I'm going to qualify. It says pairing. 2 minutos. 2 minutos. Stream's also getting to the 4.5 mark. This is where fatigue starts to set in. Hopefully I can stay focused. Hopefully my mouse doesn't screw me over either. But yeah, 7-2. Sorry, we're 6-2. We need to be 7-2. What is fatigue? Fatigue is what happens when you get old and decrepit, like how I am right now. Hopefully we can end this stream strong, huh? It's been 3 minutos. 3 minutos. No, but no one wants to play against the old Abzan Saga deck. I'm up to no good. You're never up to anything good, Fluffy. Am I 23? I'm 31. Reminds me of that time where I was like at the gym, and I think I was like 25 at the time. And a guy came up to me and he's like, "Oh, can you spot me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." Spot him, and then he goes, "Oh, so like, what high school do you go to?" And I'm like, "I've been like graduated already for like 3 years, already working. Guy thinks I'm in high school." Luckily, I haven't got carded at Vegas until my most recent trip. I've avoided getting carded, but it's probably because I was like gambling. Like, literally, like my routine in Vegas is like I gamble at like 3 in the morning when like literally no one's there, and when my fiance passes out, that's like prime gambling time. It's just me and the poker table, no distractions. That's exactly how I like it. But I did get carded because we went with a couple of friends last time, and they wanted to, of course, gamble during the day, and I got carded like 4 times. I was like, "What's happening?" Are we up or down Lifetime Vegas? So if you ignore my last Vegas trip, Matt, I broke even literally every Vegas trip. Every Vegas trip, everybody put into gambling, I got back and I broke even. Which I'm trying to convince my fiance that's like a success. My most recent trip, I think I'm down like maybe like $60 or $80. I think my last trip. Um, I was down like 200, and then I have like favorite like poker hold'em, like it's like a 101 video poker game that I love, and that's the machine that saves my Vegas trips. They always win money on that machine. Um, but like my most recent Vegas trip was the only trip I was actually down on money. So I think my net lifetime Vegas earnings, I guess, after 6 or 7 Vegas trips, it's like minus $60, I think, which I think is pretty decent. I think I'm pretty proud of being about of breaking even. I think so. When no one can tell you you're making a mistake, what do you mean by that, Grace? 50-50 is good, yeah. And I was saying earlier, like, leave it up to the Abzan player that 3-2s every fucking league to break even at Vegas every fucking trip, right? Is that like the most on theme thing to do at Vegas? The Abzan player at 3-2s, right? Like, the Abzan player 3-2s in Magic online and then fucking breaks even in Vegas. That's like to the T, right? To the T. Oh, I have to create. Oh fuck. I'm like sitting here just like chilling and like my bad, my bad. My bad, my bad. I was put on watch at the casino. I have sleep friends are too. No one can tell you otherwise. Exactly, Grace. Exactly. No distractions. Just the way I like it. Okay, we have turn 1 pending into Tarmogoyf. We have Spellbound plus Shadow Spear's random interaction. But like Shadow Spear or Tarmogoyf seems pretty decent too. So we'll see how this game goes. We'll keep. They are on the play. I always lose money in blackjack. It's awful. I'm kind of scared they're on burn. Kind of scared they're on burn, but we have to Thoughtseize here just to take an idol on if need be. But this Shadow Spear hopefully can help. We're on Dredge. We're on Dredge. This main deck Spellbomb, huh? This main deck Spellbomb. Let's go. Oh, mercy. Main deck Spellbomb. So that Thoughtseize was a good draw, huh? You got a thug, baby. Baby doll, you got a thug. You got a thug. I think we'll play the Shadow Spear out. And then next turn we'll go basic Forest, Tarmogoyf. I'm sorry for that. Casino's tickets about to be put on a watch. Yeah, exactly. Stick with him. Relay table went straight black numbers for 1 hour, and I jumped on it seeing the numbers. Otherwise, I tell folks don't bet against me for knobs. What you're saying, Fluffy, is like I'm never gonna go to Vegas with you. Are you going to Vegas, by the way? I don't think I asked you yet. I don't remember. I apologize, I'm getting old. Dark Confidant against a Dark Blast kind of sucks. That's funny. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to cash out early, though. It's what you call self-control, Fluffy. It's what you call self-control. I think next turn I go Bob plus Pending. But they might Dark Blast the Bob, so I guess I shouldn't Bob. I think I'm going to put Luris in hand. Yeah, I'm going to put Luris in hand. Oh, yes. So now we get Lurrus plus Spell Omelet going. Yeah, I can't either. Spider actually asked me earlier too, and he said he wasn't going either. So I was like, I felt kind of weird, like thinking that I wouldn't be able to go, but I'm kind of happy that I'm not the only one because I was feeling major FOMO. Like I'm like the only one that's going to Vegas. That's not going to Vegas. Sorry. You can Dredge. Oh. Okay. I know. I'm like kind of thinking like, am I gonna actually be able to like play in a challenge and like win? Thoughtseize. When do we start attacking here? I think I have the Prismatic getting the Imp here. They have Dark Blast in hand. Same way, Kirkinator. I'm very introverted actually, so I'm in the same boat as you. I think I want a Prismatic getting the Imp and attack. Okay. Still gets exiled, which is relevant. I wonder if I Thoughtseize here. I think I do. Okay. This is like Dredge with like Phantasmagorian. Which is so weird. So I'll get Lantern. On both, it's weird. I love hanging out with friends at houses and playing Mirror Magic stuff, but I need to come over days to read it. Yeah, I mean it's not. You can be introverted and like not want to hang out with people all the time, and that's how I am. Like I love hanging out with my friends, I love hanging out with people, but at the same time, it's like I need a break a lot of the time. It's not a bad thing. It's just it is what it is. I just like a group of respectful. I found that there are a lot of folks that really judge you for your viewpoints. A good release, so just yeah. Well, Fluffy, I disagree with you in everything that you stand for. Especially those Americans. Okay. What do we want here? There really isn't much. It's like a weird Dredge variant. Don't think we want the Decay. I don't think we want Witherbloom Command either. I don't think we'll push. Like, there's a lot of like whatever draws. I don't think we're on Hole. Hole like answers like Shriekhorn, but like I kind of am convinced that they're not on Shriekhorn. Decay does kill like Stinkweed in those situations, right? And that's kind of relevant. Like having irremovable spells to like Stinky is actually kind of relevant. So maybe want Decay over Witherwind Command, because Witherwind Command is kind of like whatever in this matchup. Maybe something like that. Kind of want more info on what they're doing. It's difficult to say. Track is iffy because like if you have to like discard their hand, it's kind of questionable, right? Causes deck even win without shifting Ceratops. I love shifting Ceratops. I read it in Pioneer, so you don't have to convince me about running shift. I have a couple foil copies. I can't talk. A couple foil copies of shifting Ceratops due to Pioneer. Sweet. It is sweet. I think this hand is fine. We can scry trick ourselves, Inquisition, turn 2 Saga, and try to get hate that way. Like these double discard spells should be able to slow him down pretty nicely, I think. Oh, like in a deck like Ponza, I think shifting Ceratops is great. We just can't run it in a deck like Abzan, unfortunately, because we, have Luris as a companion. I wish I had a protection from white though. Oh my god, I love you, deck. I love you so much. So do we go Spellbomb here to lead? I think so, just in case they go. I guess I should have Scry tricked. Oh well. Yeah, I should have Scry tricked myself. Okay. They have an imp. I think I bite here because there's a grudge in the graveyard. I guess I could have cracked Bobble too, but 91 viewers, yeah. Oh, thanks for the sub, Kirkinator. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the support, y'all. Since we cracked the spell bomb here, I think we're gonna have to play the Saga. I guess we'll see if we need a double discard spell. Cathartic Reunion. Oh, their hand is just so bad. Their hand is just actively very bad. Yeah, I think we get Saga going. I could put Luris in hand too. Next turn. But how's it hand not playing Ragavan Darcy? It's going great. It's going great, you know. Huh. So we could Thoughtseize the ending and play Tarmogoyf. Yeah. Thoughtseize the ending, play Tarmogoyf. What's the duck game? I keep hearing you say that on your stream, Fluffy. I always think of Duck Hunt. I don't know what you're talking about. Wednesday is right now. I mean, focus on definitely your school. That's for sure, Grace. How important is Bob in the deck? Very important. I think Bobs are very good in the deck. Well, we'll make a construct here. Get Lantern. Take the Reunion. Do this. Play Sentinel. I think we start attacking. Let's go. Opponent's like, you have a spell bomb? You probably use the other, you probably only have one. Little did you know. Little did you know. Let's go. Qualify. 7-2, baby. Let's go. Imagine a set releases bringing Counterspell and Force Spell to the format as the best one drops in history, and you decide to play. Yep. You gotta realize that Leo, I explained to you this last stream, but I will play Abzan no matter what. I played it through Splinter Twin. I've played it through Eldrazi Winter. I played it through Hogak. I played it through KCI. I played it through Valky. I played it through Uro, Field of the Dead, Oko. I've played it every broken meta there is. I've played it, and it's funny because like the more broken the set gets or the format gets, the more often I trophy because I have a target and Abzan just has nice hate cards like Stony Silence. We have Path to Exile against Eldrazi Winter when that was a thing. We had Granith Magistrate against Valky. Of course, against Hogak, we had access to the best graveyard hate. Like Abzan has been treating me very well ever since I've been playing it, and there's a reason why I still play it. So, what is this trailer? But what the fuck? It's ducks beating the hell out of each other. There's a little quacks at the end of it. Fluffy, I will say two things. Two things. Oh, there's still an ad going on. Fluffy, I will say two things. A, name the date and time, and I will play. B, I am really bad at those games. Really, really bad. I am not a gamer. I only play Magic, and even Magic I'm not that great at. Like I'm very bad at games. So if this is some sort of like team event, do not put me on your team. I am really bad. Like if you want to watch me play like shooting games or anything, like I am so bad. If you want to, like my fiance is actually a better gamer than I am. Hold on, she's calling me. But like she like she laughs when I watch like play Breath of the Wild. Hold on, she's calling me. Give me a sec. But yeah, Fluffy, name the same date and time, and I will gladly just be a body, and you can just easily steamroll me. I'm so bad at those. 70.3 is pretty high. My LGS never has bobs. I guess I'll need to order online. Yeah, I definitely recommend the bobs. They're just really, really good. Yeah, 420. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Like they're just like the curve is low. So like you're not really taking damage off the bobs. There's 24 lands, a bunch of baubles. Swazilla, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Um, like the like I have this organized by like type essentially, but like this is the curve. It's very like there's 28 zeros, 19 ones and 11 twos. So it's very 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 low to the ground. Desert Nomad 34, thank you for the follow. Um so like you're not taking damage off the bobs. Shadow Spear is insane and gains you life a ton. You already have Kaya's Guile and Wither Wound Command. It's a great 2-mana threat that like is removal bait because you can always just get it killed and then you just lure swing it back. It's just another source of card advantage. It's a combo as well with Esper Sentinel because there's games where you go like turn 1 Sentinel, turn 2 Dark Confidant, and your opponent's like, what do I do? You know? So I really like the combo there. I really do like 3 too. I have the King of Rhinos, yes. I have the strongest will in history. I think there is this point where it was like Eldrazi Winter, and of course the meta was so inbred that it was Eldrazi Winter and Lantern Control because that was the only deck that could beat Eldrazi. And I played the deck with like 4 Path to Exiles, 4 Abrupt Decays, and like this was before prelims were a thing. It was like whatever tournament it was, I like 4-0'd it because I was a madman with like 6 discard spells, 4 decays, 4 Path to Exiles for Eldrazi, and a bunch of Tarmogoyfs, and that's how he won the game, and a bunch of Lingering Souls. So, how has Esper Sentinel felt? How's it going, Shorty? Hope you're doing well. Esper Sentinel is MVP. Great 1-drop. It's the 1-drop that fills a void with Luris, you know, because like Monkey decks have Darcy and Ragavan, so Esper Sentinel kind of filling that 1-drop slot in this deck, and it's just great against. It's just great in the meta. Just it slows our opponents down. Like if they spend 1 mana and like bolt it on their turn 1, and we draw a card, then this card has already pulled weight. Then we essentially just 2-for-1 them. But if we slow them down, then it's also good. Because then like our deck kind of wants to like capitalize in Saga. Our deck is kind of slow, and it's not as low to the ground as like the red decks. So being able to like slow the game down, and then late game, just being able to like give our constructs +1/+1 is very very relevant. So pretty happy with the Sentinels. I just don't think you could. This is just a perfect fit in the deck. What do you just qualify for Manatraders? It's the you have to go at least 7 wins in 10 matches, and we got 7 out of 9. So we're gonna play 1 more match just to finish the 10 matches to officially qualify. But there's a tournament at the end of the month. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to play in, but I just wanted to just play in it and qualify. And if I can play in it, I'll do it. Then if not, then it's whatever. It's these matches are free and it's fun. So at that last year, you say you don't do challenge. I come back here, you're winning some preliminaries. The prelims this is like Eldrazi Winter. When was that? Like 4 years ago? 5 years ago? This was a long time ago. And that was the one and only, like, it wasn't even called the prelim at the time. I forget what it was called, but that was like the only time I played it. It was like, I don't want to spend the time for that. I've always said Abzan has the best cyber cards, but not the best midnight cards. Yeah. And I think Urza Saga is pulling there. We can't hear it, but it's okay. We don't need to. Don't bring yourself down. You haven't seen we're playing the worst color pair of all time. It's a challenge, and I accept it. Dude, I love that. A bunch of modern MTG still not playing, not MTG, watching everyone fail. I will promise you this, Grace. There will be a lot of swearing if I play that game. Like I there's a thing for amongst vet techs. I used to be a veterinary technician for like 6 years. And there's a thing where like people, there's a saying where it's like you swear like a sailor, but veterinary technicians also swear just as much because you're working in an environment where it's like dogs and cats and they don't understand you, so you can swear and they don't know, and it's just like a thing. So it's just like residual effects of that. Clearly like mental health, but you have a great decision. That's a really good comment. Imagine playing overpowered white green and then deciding to add the worst color of all time. I love discard spells. Though. That's honest. Like honestly, the origin story of why I play Abzan is I just love this color combination. I love discard spells. When I started playing Magic, I loved green. So just having Tarmogoyf as a big beater is nice, and then I just love green white as a color combination. Or just the thing I just liked, and I just kind of just stuck with it. Um, it's just like it's just something that I just full thoroughly enjoy this color combination. But that's why it's kind of just been my thing, and it's kind of more of like a deck building challenge because I could easily just like spike and be like, all right, I'm just gonna play the best deck, and just be a spike, right? Like I'm just gonna play blue and Murktide, or I'm gonna play Beltran as the best deck. I could like go around and play the best deck, but I choose to have fun with Magic because I just love these color combinations, and I'm gonna play this, you know. Another color trio. I played Rock, but the first GP and only GP first GP single solo GP I played in, I played Black Green Rock and I D2'd with it. And I play Jund every now and then, and I play Orzhov, but I tend to stay in this color combination. I don't really play blue. How would you try matchup? Ass. It's very very bad. Not playing Break the Ice. I mean, we're not gonna. We have Damping Spear, for Tron. Don't you need 10 matches to qualify? Yep, I'm gonna play after. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. So I will play the last match, Grace. I will want to Jund or Abzan. I just got a set of Targo. Nice, Demilling. Congrats, that's awesome. Affinity could beat Eldrazi, Joke, Normal Baby. Like, the Affinity couldn't beat Lantern, though. That's the problem. So, you know what could beat both Lantern and Affinity and Eldrazi winner is Abzan. Stony Silence. Let's go. Hold on, my dog's throwing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna give me literally a second, and then we're gonna play this last match. Give me a second. I think my dog needs to be fed. I think she's hungry. So let's finish this one last match. It's kind of a freebie. Doesn't matter if we win or lose. We are just gonna have some fun. We already qualified, so a big lift on my shoulders. But appreciate everyone tuning in and hanging out. This is a lot of fun. I usually don't play this much Magic on a stream. I usually just stick to a league. So being able to grind out these Manatraders matches. I wonder if this person knows. Feed me human. That's exactly what she's saying. That's literally what she's saying right now. I don't know if you can see. I think she's just over. There you go. She's like, feed me, bitch. Give me my kibble. All right, let's go. Let's go. We're on the play. We're gonna reveal Lures as a companion. Such a good hand. Probably it is apologetic that someone stole it. It's not their fault. Hold on, I think. Sorry, my my dog. My dog. We have a pee pee pad out, and she pooed and peed on it, and the poo smell started reeking over. So I wanted to clean it before I just die. So apologies. Think Wizards are banned Saga or Ragavan, or is Mod a good spot right now? It's hard to say. It's one of those things where like Companions plus Modern Horizons 2 just literally just like destroyed the fucking modern meta. Um so it's like how do I say this? Like it's so everything is so broken that it's fair now. If that makes sense. Goblin Guide. So it's like it's tough to say that if there will be a ban or not. Um it's a great draw. Like it's hard to argue that there should be a ban if it's not broken, right? Like everything is so broken that it's like, is it broken? you know, you know what I mean? So I mean that's the thing is if everything in the meta is increased, do you really need to ban something? I think that's where it's at right now, unfortunately. Okay, I'll draw. Destroying all our fast lands. Springleaf Drum. We could play the drum out, and then we can like make them sack, gain 4, attack. I kind of want to play on Skullcrack, so maybe we just do it now. I think it's worth more than like drawing a random card. Saga's banned. This just kills a lot of decks. It would definitely put my deck down a notch. That's for sure. I mean, if I had to do something, I would probably just ban companions because that's just such a dumb mechanic. Like cards can necessarily be broken, and then like I feel like the meta will adapt. Like if Regan's ban's too dumb, people are gonna play more removal, Sanctifier and back. If Saga's really like that bad, like people are gonna run like Alpine Moons, Blood Moons, and stuff. Um, but like Companion is just like theoretically just maybe it's just me being a boomer, but I just feel like it's just too much. Yeah. Modern used to farm where like Stoneforge and the cattle run. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Saga has enough hate in it. Yeah. It's why I think Saga has enough hate where it's like okay, but like I think something like jeez. That's a pretty poor sequencing opponent. It's a pretty poor sequencing. We need to not draw any lands though. Oh my gosh. We draw Thoughtseize too. We need to draw a removal spell here. We very well we very could easily lose this game, even though we like drew all of our painless lands and Kai's got them, just because we can't close the gap out here, unfortunately. Here, let me draw upon it. They're gonna let me draw. Wow. Another land, of course. They're skewering my Sentinel. Okay. So we go to 7. Witherblade Command would win this game. So we go to 4. Witherblade Command. Push. Oh, so they're just dead. They can't do anything. Oh, no. Yeah. No, never mind. I needed to do this. Because then I go Luris. So we need a fade 1 draw step here. Because I could push the Swiss Super, then I can't do anything, right? So we'll do this. Fade. Fade. Okay, that's 1 fade. Fade again. Fade again. Just draw a creature. Ah, damn it. Damn, we're 1 point off. 2 points off. Good game. Just couldn't close the gap, unfortunately. But luckily we can prepare with 2 brutalities out of the sideboard. 2 explosives. Lingering Souls. We're gonna board out the Thoughtseizes. The Confidants. I think the Voidwalkers are also sus. Just because they can't block. So I don't mind going like Vindicate, Liberator, and like a Tarak, I think. Maybe you don't even want the Spell Bombs. They didn't reveal Luris, I don't think. So maybe we don't want the Spell Bomb. Maybe the second Tarak, I think. I think this is fine. Damn, we just need like a follow-up. Like, we just drew too many lands in the middle of that game. Like, the turn where we, like, Kai's-Gal them, like, the turn after, we needed to draw, like, a Tarmogoyf. And then I think we would easily win that game. Yeah, there's an argument to do that, too. But I don't know how you win that game, though. I guess we just stall. And then I guess we, like, try to draw another Prismatic Ending. I think I'd rather just fade and then, like, win the game the following turn. Oh, come on, deck. Not like this. Ooh, this Orberg is nice. Inquisition into Brutality. I don't know if we'll be able to Torak them, but I'll bottom the Overgrown Tomb. But I guess like that line would mean we don't die immediately. We'll take a Swiss beer, and then we'll co-brew a Swiss beer. Probably take the Searing Blaze. Yeah, I think I'll just escalate once. Discard drain. Discard drain. Pitch this. Take the blaze. So now if we draw a land, we can for sure Turak next turn, or the following turn. Hammer time. I don't know if there's any like hammer time players that I'm aware of, unfortunately. Portable hole. We'll have to do this. Hopefully draw land here. So the hand is Bolt, Spike, Unknown. There's an argument to like Turak there and not chalk it in. Oh, okay. Yeah, so now this Turak sucks. 3, 6, 9, 10. We go to 4. Jesus. How the tables have turned. I'll go to 9. Did the math wrong. I think I still Turak here. How's it going, Zero off? Oh, Cartermat did play that, you're right. You are right. Yeah, Dimir usually streams Yogg. I didn't realize he played Hammer. I know he also streamed Legacy 2 earlier. But he's a really good pilot. I really like his streams too. Bolting me. So we can hold a Swift Spear. And then make a Saga token. Attack, we block. Tradesies. Okay. We're gonna get a Shadow Spear. With the Saga, and hopefully that's enough. Okay. Shocked. This is Goblin Guide. Springleaf Drum. I think we're gonna block here. I don't think we can go to 4. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm gonna draw the Springleaf Drum. I'm gonna draw the Springleaf Drum, whether I like it or not. Okay, we got to dodge one burn spell here. I mean, hopefully this Shadow Spear can crawl us back out of this game. Fade one draw, please. Fade one draw, please. Please. Please, 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 please. Okay. Slowing us? Slowing us? Brutality. I'm gonna play the Luris. And equip Shadow Spear to the token. They have path, they have path. Six is clutch. Oh, it's like Connor Man 11 or something. I think it's Connor with an O, maybe? Okay. I think 8 is safe. So I think it's worth sandbagging this Brutality. Sandbag the land if we need a... Like, if they had somehow have an answer to this construct. Okay. Okay. You can also just talk to him on Twitter. He's pretty receptive. Who said Abzan can't have reach? Shadow Spear, baby. Let's go. One more. Let's finish strong, shall we? Shadow Spear. I did drain Kofu for the win. That's what I did, didn't I? I thought that was the mode I chose. Alrighty, game 3 against Burn. On the draw is tough. Again, multiple brutality is exactly what we wanted for this Burn matchup. I don't think I could have. Maybe I don't want the Tarax. Luris. This hand is not great. When you don't even have white mana, sounds a lot better. I think I'll bottom the Liberator. Draw me a land. Draw me a land. Inquisition of Kozilek. Okay, well, we're gonna stem the bleeding with this. With this fatal push. Swiss Spear, you got it. Rift Bolt. Pretty cute play. I wanted to just give him one more turn for false sense of security, Grace. Can you let me do that? Alright. Tarmogoyf here. It's Tarmo time. So they have suspended Rift Bolt. They could bolt my Tarmogoyf and then attack, but I think that's kind of loose. True. So they're Rift Bolting my Tarmogoyf. So they go land. Another Rift Bolt. Interesting. Collective Brutality. I think I Inquisition play Tarmogoyf this turn. But we'll Inquisition first. Just to see if we really do want to play this Tarmogoyf or not. Skull Crack, Smash the Smithereens. Guess we'll take the Skull Crack. And play Tarmogoyf. And I'm down to just strand that Smash Smithereens in their hand, and I'm down to just like drain 2 and kill the guide. Oh, sure. Wow. Oh, dealer, come on. Hit me, will ya? I don't mind just like brutalitying and escalating. So drain 2. Yeah, just like brutality everything. And just raise. Doot, 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 doot. Now it's a raise. Okay. Drum. Okay. Well, yeah, opponent did spend a lot of turn burn to be that Tarmogoyf, but I'm gonna just hold this guy's go. 8 and 2. Oh yeah, gotta love it. Excuse me. So we our last 4 leagues that we went, it was 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 5-0, and then we 8-2 Manatraders. What a deck. What a deck. So 17 and 2. So what is that? 25 and 4. The win rate on this deck is insane. Um but we basically a double 41. So like we're like over 80% win rate here, which is insane. So we you did it. Congrats, you qualified for the Swiss phase. What is the Swiss? I don't even know what date is. I thought it was like the last Saturday or whatever, but I don't remember. Where does it say? I think it's the last weekend, right? Does it say? Oh, here you go. It's November 27th. So that is a Saturday. So I guess I'll try to plan that. No, can't complain at all. I mean, we could just look at my match history here. This is February 2021. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I could just screen cap from here on. I might do that later. I might post that on Twitter. Just our kind of just the matchups that just this win rate that we have here. But again, can't complain. We 8-2. We qualified to Manatraders. Really happy with the list. I was kind of debating back and forth if I should have Springer instead of Turple Words, but there are a couple of times where like we had a Turple Word in play and like I pointed out like a Fatal Push or something like against the Urza. Oh my gosh, what's the 7 mana draw 2/2 draw card at UTBs? Thopter Monitor or whatever. Like they had a push in hand, and like if this Torpor was a Hushbringer, they would have gotten pushed, right? So I think 2 Torpor was exactly going to be Thought Monitor, exactly. Thank you. I'm just having brain farts here. This happens when I'm getting hungry. But this is insane. This deck is insane. Insane. I'm really happy with this deck. I don't think I'm gonna change anything. This is just a lock 75, I think. Again, the only thing that was really hesitant about is whether I should have Hushbringer instead of Torpor Orbs, but I think Torpor Orbs felt pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's much to say. I think I might take Tuesday off. Because I think tomorrow I'm gonna watch the Niner game. Or if I don't watch the Niner game, I might as well just I might stream Tuesday. It depends on how I feel tomorrow. I might like not watch the game and just hang out with my fiance. But we'll see. What's the worst matchup? How's it going, Jay Freezy? The worst matchup's probably Tron. Or like those 4 color good stuff decks. Detective Frank Shark. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. That'll do it for me. Really appreciate all y'all. This is a great stream. We're covering a little under 100 viewers right now, but if you guys want to support the channel, you gotta hit that follow button. If you want to check out my past streams, there's my YouTube link. All my streams go live there. You want to check out my Twitter when I go live, when I just post memes and trash talk, you can go by Twitter. Discord is where we can all hang out if you want to talk about Abzan, and there's other archetypes that we can discuss there too. Post your cardboard pictures as well as pet pics. Go for that. Again, I don't know if I might skip this Tuesday stream if I go straight to Thursday. I'm not entirely sure. That's when you want to hit that follow button on Twitter and Twitch. Alrighty, let's send y'all over and raid somebody, shall we? Let's raid Chris. He was in the stream earlier. He's a cool guy. That's just loud. Waiting for this ad to end, then I'll send you all over. But again, really appreciate everyone tuning in and hanging out. I hope to catch you guys next stream. Take it easy, stay safe, stay healthy. Catch you guys then. Bye.